Okay, we're on the air. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. I'm getting up soon in the morning. I believe I'll dust my broom. I'm getting up soon in the morning. I believe I'll dust my broom. With the best gal I'm loving. Now my friends can rent my room. I'm gonna write me a letter. Telephone every time I know. I'm gonna write me a letter. Telephone every time I know. If I don't find a Mississippi, I'll find an East Memphis, I know. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. She done no good, don't it? Shouldn't allow her on the street. I believe my time ain't long. I believe my time ain't long. Quit the best gal I'm loving, broke up my happy home. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Doing a Tuesday show this week. All right, let me get some background music started here. Julian Santaguida says, your friend's going to join you today? No, I accidentally left that in the title. I'm not having any special guests today. Taylor Langley says, can you do Dirty Pool or Tin Pan Alley? That's a couple I don't know right there. I'd have to learn those. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, Ed, do you use the same size strings on your resonator as you do your Martin? I use slightly thicker strings on the resonator. I usually use like mediums on the resonator. But I think that Martin right there might have mediums on it that I played a slide on. Ron says, rip Charlie Kirk. Yeah, rip the Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. Very, very terrible thing that happened to that guy. And Julian says, doing good today. What about you, Edward? I'm doing pretty damn good. Let's see, Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat. He's from Pompano Beach, Florida. What's up, man? How you doing? Appreciate that super chat very much, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. Still trying to decide whether the Charlie Kirk shooter is a groiper or a far lefty. Like I can't figure it out. I'm leaning like left, but like there's also evidence that points to him being a damn 4chan motherfucker. You know, who knows? I mean, yeah, that's still some crazy stuff. I can't get that out of my head. Like, you know, just watching the guy get shot like that was brutal. That shouldn't happen to anybody. Just go back to tarring and feathering people, you know, like back in the old days. Shit. Let's see. Julian says, Keith says a jam a random, $20. Appreciate that very much, man. Let's jam a rando. Thank you for that super chat there, Keith Peterson. While I find my pick, I appreciate that very much, dude. Do a new one I learned about last week. Yeah. Make sure I'm tuned here. Got up this morning just about 9:30. Got up New York this morning just about 9:30. Hot morning in Avalon, couldn't hardly keep from crying. Well, Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Well, Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Pretty mamas in Avalon want me there all the time. Train left Avalon, throw a kiss waving at me. Train left Avalon, throwing kisses and waving at me. Said, come back, Daddy, stay right here with me. Avalon, small town, got no great big rain. Avalon, small town, ain't got no great big rain. Pretty mamas in Avalon, sure will spin your chain. it's not for mine. New York's good town, but it's not for mine. Going back to Avalon, they're pretty all the time. All right. Avalon Blues, very hard one to sing. Like some of those old guys did not write lyrics that fit with the damn music. Let's see. Mitchell Nathanson says, if it ain't going to be about out of here, enough already. All right. You know, it's called Chat and Blues, bitch. Yak Fishing says, how's that? I only have YouTube. Ron says, we cover all topics here, free speech and all that nonsense. Let me see here. Got shit falling off of stuff here. Let me relight my cigarette here. See, Ron says, how can AI give it to you yet? Carolyn Lopez, my bass player there, says, chat fight. Just kidding. Hi, everyone. What's up? How you doing there, Carol? Played an acoustic gig with her last weekend. I filmed some of it, so y'all are going to have a treat coming up on Patreon, and I'll probably put a song or two from it on, you know, on the regular channel. Yak Fishing says, Ed, you gigging this week? Yeah, I'll be gigging like Friday and Saturday, doing 3 gigs actually, 2 in one day. YouTuber says, Ed, is that you? That's me. Yak Fishing says, you see the new pedal Boss came out with? I don't think so. Barry says, sounding great, Ed, appreciate that. Keith Peterson says, press the like button and a super chat, sends me $2. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot, sir. No, I did get my new pedal that got lost in the mail. They finally found it. My Tone X. Trying to figure that thing out today. Yak Fishing says, lost me, Ron, but we just cleared it up. And Mitchell says, see you, Ed, love your music. The rest, not so much. No need to call me a bitch. Oh come on, man. That's the way my friends talk to each other, you know. Carolyn Lopez says we're playing at World of Beer and on August and on Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. I believe that's September, right? Oh, Augusta. I thought she wrote August. Can't read this chat here. Blues Rocker says, shot. Yeah, we'll do one. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, interesting how you put Key to the Highway on your acoustic album, but that's a badass cover on that one. Yeah, I did one electric one on there. Yak Fishing says it's 16 pedals in one for $250. Talking about the Boss pedal. He says, oh good, that Tone X is something, bro. Yeah. I mean, sounding good to me, like, you know, the schnozberries taste like schnozberries on there, so. And it sounds like real amps and stuff, and I know what a lot of those amps are supposed to sound like. Taylor says, ever use multi-effects pedal board? I don't think the sound of those things are quite as warm as the analog circuits. Yeah, I've always favored just having, you know, the old-timey pedals. I know I owned like a multi-effects board like way back. Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. He says, Ed Phillips, jam us a cool song. All right, I'll jam you a random song. Let me smoke this here. All right. Oh, yeah, we had to do a shot, too, yeah. Pick up random bottles here. I got so many now. Wild Turkey Bourbon or Johnny Walker Scotch? Y'all tell me. Scotch or bourbon? And while y'all vote on that, I guess I'll play one. I'll smoke this cigarette though. Blues Rocker says, did Bandcamp pay you and send my email? I couldn't find a place to leave a review. I think I got it. But yeah, I got the money from Bandcamp. Yak says, did you get the big one or the nano version? Yeah, talking about the Tone X pedal. It's about that big, you know, something like that. Alan says, Charlie Kirk was no martyr and was not assassinated. I mean, it's fucking terrible that happened to the guy, you know. Nobody deserves that. The Taylor says bourbon. Yak Fishing says Scotch. Another vote for Scotch. Blues Rocker says, what proof are they? About 80, both of them. We got another vote for Scotch. Looks like Scotch is going to win that one. All right. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. Says Ron's Party. Appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you for your generosity, Keith. Super chats are the life of the show, as always. Let's see. Let's play a random one for Keith Peterson. First, we'll do a shot of Scotch. Get a little alcohol in me. All right, forgot to raise my glass. Cheers, l'chaim, salud, Kim Pie, all that stuff. R.I.P. to Mr. Charlie Kirk. All right, let's play a random one. Well, Blues Rocker mentioned Key to the Highway a while ago. I'll do that one. I got the key to the highway, feeling out and bound to go. I'm gonna leave it running, cause walking much too slow. I'm going back to the border where I'm better known, cause you ain't done nothing but drove a good man away from home. Give me one more kiss, mama, just before I go. Gonna leave it running, cause walking I'm much too slow.
break of day. Well, it's so long, baby, I must say goodbye. I'm gonna walk this highway until the day I die. I got the key to the highway, built out and bound to go. I'm gonna leave here running, cause walking is much too slow.
Yeah, let me tell y'all about getting that Tonex pedal that I ordered, the fake amp pedal, man. That was a nightmare. Like, I had to go to the post office. We can't find it, man. Out of desperation, I went to the local post office like a mile from me. I live outside of like a little tiny, I don't know if you'd call it a hamlet or a village or something, called Vaucluse. It's not really a town, it's more like an isolated neighborhood. And there's a one-room post office there, and I went down there like looking for my package. And I found out that like nobody knows anything about history today because they had this big bulletin board up on the wall with pictures of like veterans and stuff, like local veterans, right? And I'm looking at these pictures, you know, just waiting on the woman, and I see that there's a picture of Benedict Arnold on there. And I said, you know, hey lady, somebody put Benedict Arnold on your fucking bulletin board. Look on your veterans display there. She's like, oh, do you know him? Yeah, I've seen him around, yeah. You might want to look that guy up. I don't think she had any idea who I was talking about. Some joker, you know, put a picture of Benedict Arnold on the veterans display. If you're not American, you might not know what I'm talking about. Benedict Arnold was like the most famous traitor in American history. He fucking you know, turned to the British during the Revolution. He was a general, and you know, George Washington wanted to hang him, but couldn't strike a deal with the British to get him back. Let's see what we got here in the chat. SD says, I could use a drink, but I have to make a run. Keith says, South Kakalaki. Taylor says, I only use USPS when I ship something to someone I hate. Yeah, I found out over the past few weeks that the Postal Service is extremely incompetent. SD says, we can drink to that fool all night. Jeffrey says, what's up, party people? How you doing, man? Carol says, Ed, earlier I texted you about gigs for January. I think I wrote you back, didn't I? Thought I replied to that. Yeah, I said, yeah, go ahead and book it. Ron says, I know the story. Let me refresh the chat real quick, getting kind of glitchy here. There we go. Jeff David says, let's see, I was a post today, UPS bass guitar delivery. Looked like the centered the case on a parking curb and ran over it with the truck. Jesus. Let's see, Carol says, never got the text. Oh, well, I said, like, go ahead and book it. Like, must have not gone through on my shitty phone. Alan Thomas says, so Ed, I'm gone and hope I can find you somewhere else. For those too slow, I'm a black man and my ancestors were slaves in South Carolina. You from South Carolina originally? Yeah, I grew up here. Yak says, can't stand USPS, their tracking sucks. Right. Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat, says I'm ordering my new my new Edward Phillips merchandise. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you for that. And thank you for that super chat, sir. Cool. Ron says, what was Alan's point? I guess he was just letting me know he was from South Carolina and had ancestors from down here. Christy says, Louis DeJoy broke the USPS on purpose so FedEx can buy it up. I don't see any need for a post office anymore. I mean, you know, you can do most mailing type stuff online. Like, I mean, they do packages like UPS, but I mean, seems like just some archaic, like, you know, 18th century bullshit. Like, who the fuck here has gotten a letter that was relevant, like, in the past, I don't know, 15 fucking years? I mean, you know, I pay all my bills online. Like, all I get is junk mail. Let's see. Ron says, don't know what got him pissed. I don't know if he was pissed. Says, so Ed, I'm gone. Hope I can find you somewhere else. For those too slow, I'm a black man and my ancestors were slaves in South Carolina. I don't know. Keith Peterson sends $10. It says, Edward, jam a song. Appreciate that very much, sir. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Might need a couple of lyrics for this one. Let me see here. No, I still know them.
I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Got no sweet woman be rolling this way. I'm the man that rolls, icicles hanging on the tree. I'm the man that rolls, icicles hanging on the tree. And hear me holler down on my bending knee. I'm a hard-working man, and I roll for many long years. I'm a hard-working man, been for many long years. Cream puffs using my money, but it wouldn't be no more. Can't give your woman everything she wants at just one time. Can't give your woman everything she wants at just one time. Got a cream puff on her mind and a mugger man on her mind. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. I'm a steady rolling man, roll both night and day. Got a sweet woman to be rolling this way.
Bit of Robert Johnson there. Just about got the lyrics right. Alan says, thanks, Ed. I can't stand reading Hail Charlie. If you could post where else to hear you, I would appreciate it. Just on my regular channel, you know. I put out videos on there. Which I didn't say I agreed with Charlie Kirk on everything. Like, yeah, I mean, it is very tragic that the guy got shot, you know. I mean, that's fucking awful. Like, that kind of shit shouldn't happen in a democratic republic, you know. Ron sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, trouble on my mind's John Lee Hooker. Thank you for that super chat very much, man. I appreciate that a lot. That's not one I know by John Lee Hooker, but I can pull out some John Lee Hooker here. Well, I forgot to bring a guitar cable. Hang on. Have to get one in a minute.
I see
John Lee Hooker there. Shark Air says, I've got a cold beer and an out-of-tune harmonica. It is possible to knock a harmonica out of tune, like those damn little metal pieces in there get bent up and stuff. Ron says, you don't have to agree with the guy to think that was done to him was horrible. Yeah, that's true. Let's see, Yak Fishing says, haven't heard this song in a minute, Ed. Thanks for playing it. Let's see, A.L. Varro says, blues and lonesome little Walter. Please, sir, is mine happy day. Let's see, Little Walter, I'd have to learn some of his stuff. Ron says, I love Lightning Hopkins. Oscar Paul says, Ed's on fire. Appreciate that. Ron says, at least he did it in Utah, if you know what I mean. What an idiot. If he had half a brain, he would have done it at Berkeley. Yeah, Utah's got the old death penalty and stuff. Ron says, thanks, Edward. That was sick. Appreciate that. Yak Fishing says, what's wrong with Charlie Allen? You a lefty? I think Allen left out. Maxwell's World says, guess who? Let me think here. I don't know if I know the words to play one of theirs all the way through. Blues Rocker says, would love Shake 'em on down Hill Country style on the resonator tonight. All right, I'll do that. Give me a little bit. Taylor Langley says, you know Alabama song, Whiskey Bar by the Doors? Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Might try that in a minute. I think I might know that one all the way through. I can't remember. Mark Shepard says, love it, Ed. Just found you yesterday. Cool. Appreciate that. He says, I can't stop listening to your stuff. About to come out with some new stuff soon. Haven't come out with a regular video in a few months. Gonna post some stuff. Like I did a live acoustic gig last week, and I'm gonna post some stuff from that. Like all the footage I got is gonna be on Patreon, but I might put a song or two on the regular channel. And that'll have my bass player on there too, playing with me. Ron says, welcome, Mark. Glad to have you. Maxwell's World says, also, can you play Blind Blake? I can do some Blind Blake. Yeah. Do that in a little bit. Blues Rocker says, American Woman, These Eyes, No Time. Ron Swanson says, Maxwell appreciates the good shit. Ron says, Blake was a master. Yeah, that guy's hard to play some damn. Yeah, Blind Blake. Christy Bush says, glad you're here, Mark Shepard. Yeah, good to have you here, Mark. Blues Rocker says, stayed awake all night. I believe that was BTO. Same people but different name. Yeah, it had Randy Balkman in there in BTO. Keith Peterson says, Future Ed. Ron says, Southern Rag has to be the hardest blues song I know. And that's one I haven't learned all the way yet. Blind Blake is a right pain in the ass. Just smoke this cigarette. I'll hit a Blind Blake song. Ron says, I can't play it, but I know it. Blues Rocker says, Randy seems like a nice dude. Talking about Randy Balkman? Oh, yeah. I think he might have done a lot of the songwriting in the Guess Who, because, after he left, they kind of went downhill a little bit. And then BTO picked right back up. BTO picked right up with it. Yak Fishing says, sorry, Ed, but Charlie's a major current event. It's not over by a long shot. Bad things are coming to the world. I don't think most folks realize all the bad shit that happened the last 7 days. Yeah, unfortunately, it probably won't be the last one. That's what sucks about it. Yeah. Like Christy says, I don't know what the question is, Blues Rocker, but yes, all of the above. Ron says, I don't think I'll ever be able to play it. Talk about Southern Rag. Like, just stop all the political violence. You know, just bring back tarn and feathering, man. That was fun. You know, the fucking British tax collector like comes up and you hog tie the motherfucker and you take a pot of, you know, hot pine tar and pour it on them and put goose feathers all over them. You know, there's your Stamp Act, bitch. Right? You know, nobody gets hurt. Everybody has fun. Well, almost everybody. But you know, this shooting people bullshit. Like, I mean, come on with that, guys. You know, goddamn. Ron says the 60s all over again, but worse. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're back in the 60s with this stuff. Like, just people getting shot left and right. Taylor says, yak fishing. I remember when they left the tree-hugging hippies that... hang on. That went past... I remember when the left was just tree-hugging hippies that just smoked pot and dropped acid all day. Well, even back then, there was a pretty violent faction called the Weathermen who did, like, terrorist acts and stuff like that, even back in the 60s. Christy says, excellent song, yeah, appreciate that. Bo says, I may get a Heritage P90 guitar. For some reason, I never got along with P90 pickups. I don't know why. Like, they kind of sound dark to me. Ron says that shit was hilarious. Wait, I got a super chat from Keith for $2. It says, this is a music channel. I appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate your generosity tonight, Keith. Do some Blind Blake in just a second. Blues Rocker says, I've been taking my medication. It's called Fuck It All. It makes me feel numb to political bullshit. Everyone needs some of this medication. Right, yeah. Taylor says, I blame Taylor Swift. Is she like the new Yoko Ono? Just kind of blame her for everything, right? Christy says, that's right, Keith. Blues Rocker says, love P90s for dirty slide blues, at least the P90s that came in my 2005 Les Paul Special. I bought a Epiphone Riviera with P90s in it. That thing was dark as hell. Christy says, that's right, Blues Rocker, I'm here to relax. All right. Let's see, let's do some Blind Blake here. Great big mystery, and it sure is a worrying me. This a did it, won't did it. This a did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now come on, give me some more. That did it, won't did it. This a did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it all did it mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Did it all did it. Mr. Did it all did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it all did it mean.
I went to church with my hat on the seat. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Got to church with my hat on the seat. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Then I got put out of church talking about Diddy Wall Diddy too much. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Show me the way to the next whiskey bar. Oh, don't ask why. I don't know the chords to it. Shit. Somebody asked about that earlier. I done forgot the damn chords to it. Couple of Blind Blake songs there. There's West Coast Blues and Diddy Wall Diddy. Which I think Diddy Wall Diddy has like a totally new meaning these days. Mike C says, do you know That's No Way to Get Along by Reverend Robert Wilkins? That's not one I know right there. I'd have to look that one up. Yak says, Taylor, be careful with them vape pens. Popcorn lungs ain't no joke. Jody says, oh, that's a great song. Appreciate that. Christy says, I'm kind of bummed. I got some new blue teeth earbuds. Was trying them out whilst making a great stir fry. Damn earbuds like never stay in my ears. I tried using in-ear monitors on stage and stuff. Didn't work for me. Yak says, Killer playing Ed. Good stuff. Appreciate that. Christy says, suddenly crazy beeping in the earbuds. Blues Rocker says, hard to hit the heart button and gather my smoke for a hit. Christy says, let's see, cook the left one.
He dropped it in the walk. Ron says, crusted Ed, appreciate that. Mark Shepard sends me $5. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like tipping me? Throw a little money in the tip bucket. You know, that dollar sign down below the chat there. Taylor says Diddy would tear up if you played that song for him. Tear up. Talking about, yeah, like the actual Diddy. Yeah. I bet he'd love that one. Yak Fishing says, careful with those buds, Christy. Roberto Gio says, good from Brazil. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Christy says, thank you, Mark Shepard. Blues Rocker says, Robert Belfour. I did one by him on the Patreon. I forgot how to play it. I will do you some hill country like you asked for earlier, though. Tune this thing. Different tuning. Okay, need a capo. I got one. Keith Peterson sends me $5. He says, Edward, can you play more relaxed random? I could do that for you. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. We'll get through this one here, and I'll play you like a more relaxed one.
Nightcap mama, baby, and your gal, well, night before day we gonna shake 'em on down. Well, I'm a star, love. Too much of daddy to me, baby, through the week, well, save the chili pepper some more. Rainy day, well, I'm a star, love. Ain't been to Georgia, baby. I've been told, well, Georgia women's got the best jelly roll. Well, now my star, love. Do something to me, baby. Don't know what it is. Well, getting me drunk at that old whiskey still. Well, now my star, love. Shake 'em on down. way. You done well now, cause me to love you now. Your man done come in out her star love. Fix my supper now, go to bed. Well, this white lightning done gone to my head. Well, now my star love.
All right. Shake him on down, hill country style. Keith Peterson says he wants a relaxing one. Well, the most relaxing artist I know is old Mississippi John Hurt. We'll play one of his.
Police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody, but cruel Stagger Lee, oh that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Billy DeMine told Stagger Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife, oh that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. What do I care? 2 little babies and your darling loving wife. You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. I spotted Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stagger Lee shot Billy DeLine over a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee.
All right. Stagger Lee by Mississippi John Hurt. Mike says Avalon Blues. I actually played that one earlier. Christy Bush says listening to Edward Phillips makes my days much better. Appreciate that. Keith says, oh my. Blues Rocker says Stagger Lee was a true story. The story, yeah. Stagger Lee was like a pimp. I think he might have lived in St. Louis, or was it Kansas City? I think it was St. Louis, and he thought a guy stole his hat and shot the guy, and they hanged him. Yeah. Ron says, deadly brother, appreciate that. Keith says, thank Karen Lee. I need a beer. SD said, that bad man. Ron says, he didn't even steal the hat. I don't know if he actually did or not. I don't know. I think there were newspaper write-ups about it. It happened like over 100 years ago, I think. Ron says, shot? Yeah, we'll do a shot. Let me grab me a beer here, too. Michelob Ultra. I'm doing the fucking hard shit tonight, y'all. Mike says, are you into Furry Lewis? I'd have to look up some of his stuff, actually. I don't know a whole lot about him. Ron says, it's a clean, refreshing beer. Yeah, it is that. Low calorie, you know. Okay, we got some Beefeater London gin, and we got some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, Irish or gin? Blues Rocker says, actually the story said Stagger Lee got 16 years in prison. They went back a year later for armed robbery and died in prison a year later. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's the guy who wrote the song. It wasn't Mississippi John Hurt, but whoever wrote the song got the history wrong on it. Ron says, my alcoholic ginger beer is ready now. I've never tried that. Ron says Irish. Mike C says Big Chief Blues, Falling Down Blues. Furry was from Memphis. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to look up some of his stuff. Oscar Paul says Irish. J1 says mix 'em. Christy says, what kind of beer, Ron? Blues Rocker says Irish. Okay, we're getting votes for Irish here. I guess we'll do some Irish whiskey. Let's see. Mike C says, you'll like Furry. Reverend Peyton covered Falling Down Blues a few years ago. Oh, okay, cool. I'll look that up. Brian McGuire says, I'll Turn Your Money Green by Fury Lewis. Great song. Ron says, it's a hard ginger beer, really good with gin. Keith sends $10 in a super chat, says, jam a song for Christy. All right, we'll do that. Thank you very much for that super chat, sir. Here we go with the shot of Irish whiskey. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Salute, Prost, Skull, all that different stuff. Down the hatch. Drink up there, guy. Blues Rocker says, seems like all those old blues stories have more than one story, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, yeah. And all these songs got the lyrics changed to them over the years and stuff, too. Christy Bush says, if I ever start drinking, I'll try it. Let's see if I can get all the words to this one. A little bit of finger picking action here. Get out of drop D. Some Pink Anderson from my home state of South Carolina, from Spartanburg, South Carolina. The Pink in the name Pink Floyd. True, by the way, that's not a joke.
I went down to a big crap game, well, it certainly was against my will. I lost every goddamn nickel I had but a greenback dollar bill. It was a $40 bet laying on the floor, my buddy's point was 9. When the police came and they called all of us, I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed that money and out the back door, I went flying. Ever since that big crap game, I've been living on chicken and wine. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine. I went down to a turkey feast. That dinner was certainly fine. 15 minutes before the table was set, all them jitterbugs fell in line. When they brought them gobblers out, all Jody's eyes did shine. Talk about a rascal grabbing. I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. I grabbed that turkey by the wing and out the window I went flying. Tried to make it to a hiding place, but I couldn't get there in time. The hungry rascal grabbed me by the coat, I got mine. I know a barber shop, it's over in town, it's over on North 4th Street. Only place on a Saturday night where gamblers care to meet. Some comes in for a haircut, others come in for a scrap. When you see my buddies up there, we mean to shoot some craps. Hollering 7 and 11, won't you come, come, come. If you don't say my 11 dice, I'm done, done, done. If I see the police before he sees me, I'm gonna run, run, run. I'm a leader in high society, folks. I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. I got it from these good sports that we've been playing all the time. Some cost 7, 11, and the other boys got 9. We brought them stripes in the next morning, I got mine. I went to my gal's last night and I was just about 9. Wasn't dressed up like a Henry Ford, but I was feeling just in fine. Caught her sitting on a rascal's lap and I didn't like that sign. I told that Jody what I thought about him. I got mine, let me tell you, I got mine. Grabbed my hat and out the back door I went flying. That Jody grabbed a shotgun and she used it mighty fine. Talk about a rascal running men, I got mine.
The Piedmont picking there from South Kakalaki. The Blues Rocker says, I still can't believe how many different Robert Johnson stories there is. Yeah, we know a good bit about him nowadays. I mean, he's not quite as mysterious as he used to be. Still some mysteries to be solved about the guy. Keith Peterson sends a $10 super chat, says, we love Christy. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that, Keith. Being a very generous man tonight. Blues Rocker says, loving this night, Ed. Appreciate that. Jody says, love this. Thank you very much. Ron says, I always use Stagger Lee with it being an earlier variation of the name later coined Stagger Lee. Yeah, Stack-O-Lee is like the way Mississippi John Hurt said it, I think. But I think the guy's name might have been Stag Lee. That's what they called him. Blues Rocker says, I got a $95 gift card from Sweetwater. Wanted to give them a call and see if they would send a couple of sets of strings to you. 11s or 13s, phosphorus bronze. Hey, I mean, that would be fine with me, man. You talking about acoustic strings? Whatever Martin mediums are, that's what I use on the Rezo over there. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. Christy says, probably I'm just a contrary girly. Good night, Ron and Ed. You have a good one, Christy. Keith says, a woman who humbled herself. Blues Rocker says, I think his body may have been washed away in a flood. Talking about Stagger Lee? Ooh, I don't know. Mike C says, Mr. Downchild would have been Robert Johnson's 30th song recorded had he lived. Is that one that the old stepson was doing? Of Robert Lockwood Jr., when he was playing? SD says, he got a razor in his shoe. Ron says, fuck yeah, Ed, you're still getting better, brother. Appreciate that. Keith Peterson sends $10, says, Jam Christie a favorite. All right, I'll do that for you. Thank you very much for that, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. All right, let me see what we got here. Do the guitar rag. The Guitar Rag there by Sylvester Weaver. The earliest slide blues song ever put on the record.
With you soon.
Ron says, I think he meant RJ. A blues rocker says, ever tried the Slinky Earthwoods? I think I might have bought them one or two times, but I mostly use the Martin acoustics. Let's see. Ron says he sends Canadian $6.99 in a super chat. He says, "Good liquor, carry me down, please, Ed." All right, we'll do that. Thank you very much for that super chat there, sir. Let's go ahead and play it. What did I do with the damn thumb pick? Up here it is. Big Bill Brunzi. That's one he did back in the 40s, I believe.
Well, I know a little girl, about 16 years old. He said, "Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul." Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. When I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama, it's a gallon out of sight. But I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I went to the doctor with my head in my hands. The doctor said, "Big Bill, I think I'll have to give you monkey glands." Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, my woman told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
Good Liquor Carry Me Down by Big Bill Brunzi. You know, I believe he was actually riding around with Petey Wheatstraw, and got out the car early before Petey Wheatstraw died in a car wreck. They let him off somewhere. I believe that's a story I heard. You know, Petey Wheatstraw, the devil's son-in-law. And Keith Peterson sends $2. He says, "For all the new viewers, you have another 3 hours." Yeah, we go pretty long on here. Appreciate that a lot, Keith, for that super chat there. Ron says, "I hope you all realize that Ed plays and sings most of these songs better than the originals." Oh, fuck, I don't know about that. Let's see here. Definitely not the Blind Blake. I can't play like Blind Blake. Ron says, "Unbelievable." Appreciate that. Mark says, "Woohoo." Jody says, "Good song." Thank you. Taylor says, Ed, you ever try DMT? No, I never did that one. That didn't get popular until after I quit doing drugs. So, I probably would have done it back in the day. You know, I do keep pet frogs. So maybe I can get some of those damn Colorado River toads. You know, and then lick one or something. Ron says, no joke, Ed. Maybe it will not blind Blake, but many of your covers are, no doubt. I appreciate that, man. Taylor says, I have a DMT vape pen. I tripped balls on my lunch break today. Damn. Might buy some of the frogs one of these days. Or the fucking toads. Mike C says, Tiger Man by Rufus Thomas. That's not one I know. Unfortunately there. SD says, Ed's on the record with his tasty chops. Ron says, especially considering these are all live. Yeah, I do fuck up, you know. The fuck ups are right there for you to hear. Especially lyrics. Like, lyrics are kind of my Achilles heel. Blues Rocker says, your vocals are great and your streams sound better than most of these old tunes. I would hope my audio is better than a record from the fucking 20s. So, yeah. Mike C says Elvis did it too. Oh, Tiger Man? That's not ringing a bell for me from Elvis. Blues Rocker says, got a cable yet? Yeah, in just a minute I'll go in and get a guitar cable so I can hook my electric up. SD says, an exceptional vocals, I appreciate that. Tyler Chapman says, love stopping by the bar. What's up, man? How you doing? He says, who are your biggest influences? Well, for the blues stuff, it would be Robert Johnson, Son House, and a few of the Piedmont guys like Blind Blake and, Blind Boy Fuller, people like that. And as far as like electric music, I'd probably say Hendrix. And I'm a huge Beatles fan, but don't really come through in my music. So. Spare Change says Elvis hated hippies and antiques. I know he hated hippies. I didn't know he hated antiques. Have you seen some of the ghastly shit inside of that fucking house he lived in at fucking Graceland, man? There's like a little gay interior decorator that lives inside of me that like sees that place. It's like, oh my god, no. SD says croon more. Mike C says 68 special on TV. That was cool, like that 68 comeback special. He had that fucking, like that damn leather suit and shit. The best part of that was that jam they did, the end of it, where they sat there and just kind of fucked off on acoustics and stuff like that. Like with him and Scotty Moore and a few of them other guys. SD says guitar should never step on the vocals. Yeah, that's probably true, yeah. Vocals are paramount, like, especially these days when people are more into singers with American Idol and all that kind of stuff. Ron says, checking on my hard cider right now. The first alcoholic beverage I ever made was hard cider. And I didn't have anything good to put it in. I had a bunch of wine bottles. And I just, put it into wine bottles and corked them. Not properly, just shoved the cork in them. And stuck them in my closet. And one night I was laying down in my bed. And I heard, pow! Boom! Like, it's like blowing the fucking corks out of the wine bottles. Blues Rocker says, do you find Hendrix or SRV more complicated? That's a tough one. I mean, kind of complicated in different ways. don't know if that's one I could answer. Keith Peterson sends $5 in a super chat, says, jam a song for Ron Swanson. I'll do that. All right. Appreciate that $5, man. Thank you very much, Keith Peterson. Let's see. Spare Change says, antiques were for poor people, I thought. Or he thought. Elvis did. Huh. I guess all the stuff he had back then was new, but it looks like gaudy as fuck now. See, Taylor says Elvis is overrated in my opinion. Mike C says Tiger Man was in the '68 special. Okay, yeah, I must have forgot about it. It's been a while since I've seen the '68 comeback special. Let me see. Let me do a random for Ron Swanson. I'll do a Blind Boy Fuller song. I know Ron likes, the Piedmont stuff. Piedmont blues from the east coast of the U.S. So get a few drags here. With some fucking Burr. Taylor says getting Hendrix's phrasing and timing down perfect is hardest thing you can do. Yeah, he had a very weird way of playing. And it's hard to sound like him. Ron says that's awesome. I've done that. It's the rhythm instrument, and I've got none. Let's see. Ron leaves a link to the Etsy shop. Yeah, let me pull that up in case y'all want to see it. My merchandise on there. We got a coffee mug. We got the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. We got a pint glass here for drinking beer. And we got a nice high quality cotton t-shirt here. So if y'all want to check that out, I would appreciate that. Alrighty. Turn my background music off.
Got a little girl, she's a little low. Used to love me, but she don't no more. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step it up and go. Got a little girl, she lives upstairs. Makes a living by putting on airs. Got to step up and go. Ooh, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step it up and go. Got a little gal, her name is Ball. Used to give a little and she took it all. Got to step it up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step it up and go. Me and my baby walking down the street, telling everybody but the cheap police. Got to step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step it up and go. Sang this verse, ain't gonna sing no more. Hear my gal call me and I got to go. Gotta step up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear. Got to step it up and go.
Blind Boy Fuller there from North Carolina. I believe on the record, like they had like a washboard behind him, like playing the washboard and thimbles, like that. Ron says SRV's hands were better. Hands. Let's see. Hang on. SRV's hands were better, hands down. SRV was like a lot more precise than Hendrix. Like, yeah, he was very, very precise and stuff. Like Hendrix was kind of more organic, you know. He says better feel. Keith Peterson says ladies' choice merchandise, chick magnet. Yeah, you buy my shirt, I guarantee you will get laid. 100%. Blues Rocker says be right back. Get my Ed Phillips coffee cup. My coffee's done. Ron says, you'll love it, Blues Rocker. Ron says, love this song. Thanks, Ed and Keith. SD says, you guys bummed Christy out with your bloody-minded dwellings. Let's see. Aramandrol says, great. Appreciate that. Mike C says, Ed, you know how to make it swing. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, man. Let's see. SD says, gotta work for it, boy. Beefcake says, slide guitar tonight, perhaps? Yeah, I'll do a little bit of slide in a minute. Yeah, I've been doing some. But yeah, those of you who are on the Patreon page, should be something coming up tomorrow or the next day, like probably about a 30-minute video of me playing live with my bass player Carol. Ron says you should have signed ones as well for a bit of more money. I ought to do that. I ought to sell some signed stuff. I need to put some signed CDs up for sale too, because I got boxes of them. Beefcake says slide guitar is fun to do. It can be. SD says when the firearms come out, the girls split. When girls leave, get the fuck off. Well, get the fuck out. Blues Rocker says Christy's still listening. She's a huge fan of it. Keith Peterson says SD is short for SUD. Ron says cool, can't wait. There's a link to the Patreon. I got exclusive content on there. Also have like early access to videos from the regular channel, ad-free videos, all that good stuff. Kind of a rocky start to the show earlier. You know, I showed a little respect to Charlie Kirk, you know, for, you know, getting killed and all. And there were several people that were like, fuck you for being nice to Charlie Kirk. Like, goddamn, the guy got shot. Fuck. Let's see. Mike C says, Ed, check out Hound Dog Taylor. I know some of his stuff. I'd have to learn some. He says, if you haven't already. SD says, short for so duh. Blues Rocker says, need to buy Sonny a long-haired wig and give him a tambourine. Right. Well, he's got a cool beard, you know. I can't grow a beard like that. SD says, cheers to Charlie. Beefcake says, a meteor never killed the dinosaurs. Chuck Norris flicked a booger. Oh, I remember those Chuck Norris memes. That was like, probably 15, 20 years ago. Ron says, yeah, fuck you for being a decent human, Ed. Yep. Oscar Paul says, Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. SD says, shouldn't have happened to a dog. Cheers to Charlie from Chucky. Beefcake says, the Big Bang didn't create the universe. Chuck Norris sneezed. I remember a couple of those. Like, what was it? Like, Chuck Norris had to cut back on drinking because the price of gasoline went up or something like. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if Chuck Norris could chuck wood? All of it. Yeah, me a smoke here. SD says, wake up, Charlie. Blues Rocker says, Sonny had me cracking up. He sat down in your chair and started asking, what shot are we having tonight? Holding 2 bottles. Oh, yeah. I walked in when he was doing that, yeah. I wonder how good his impression was. Kate says, Chuck Norris is so strong when he hit puberty, he couldn't get back up again. It couldn't get back up again. John Putnam says, from Myrtle Beach, hello, what's up, man? How you doing there? About 6 or 8 years ago, like the last time I was there in Myrtle Beach. Fun town. It's kind of like it's like Las Vegas, like minus some of the cool stuff, like the gambling and shit, you know. Now Ron says, did you get any feedback from the show with the 3 of you on here? It was awesome, Ed. Dead ringer. Yeah, I mean, people seem to like that one. I got a good crowd on here. Mike C says, ever hear So Much Trouble by George Thorogood? It's a good one. That's one I've never heard. I know George Thorogood's hits, but wasn't like a big listener of his deep cuts and stuff. Blues Rocker says, what does Carol and Sonny drink? She tends to drink mixed drinks. I think he drinks a little bit of that. Haven't really gotten drunk with him. I've played in bars with him, of course, and seen him drink like mixed drinks and stuff like that. Ron says, actually, not the most flattering impression, but it was funny. Mike C says, it's on the Move It On Over album. Oh, okay. Talking about George Thorogood there. My sister made me drink some of that tequila the other day that's got the goddamn worm in the bottom. Like, I'm not a tequila drinker, We need to refresh this chat real quick. Getting kind of glitchy here. Yeah, she was like, I got some tequila here, with the big worm in the bottom. I was like, all right, give me that bottle of maggot-infested shit. I'll do some. Blues Rocker says, cool shirt tonight. I appreciate that. I didn't know how wearing purple was going to make me look. But Dawn Dark Side of the Moon says, a song that could pay tribute to Charlie Kirk. I don't think I know any that would be a good tribute to somebody who got shot. That's a what to think here. Don't know a lot of sentimental pieces, Ron says cactus juice makes me loco. Tony says tequila makes the panties drop. Hey, guitar can do that if you can play one good enough. Ron says, and the next day it sure does. SD says, Idiot Wind or Little Red Rooster. Yeah, but I did feel bad when he got shot, I didn't watch him a lot, actually. Didn't watch his podcast a whole lot, but I mean, that was fucking terrible seeing that. I mean, god damn. That kind of shit, like, shouldn't be happening in 2005, you know? 2015, I'm sorry. I don't know what year it is. Shit. Blues Rocker says, how many albums do you have out? The acoustic album I own, If the Creek Don't Rise. Yeah, I got those two, like, for sale. I had, like, albums back in the day that were, like, all fucked up and, you know, weird and stuff. That I never really sold them. Mike C says, I love Idiot Wind. Ron says, how about something sad instead of? Dark Side of the Moon says, even in France, we are shocked and devastated by his death. He leaves 2 children without a father. Yeah, that's the rough part. Yeah, it happened in front of his wife and kids. And, you know, the guy was only 31 years old. I thought he was older than that. Shit, he's you know, he's like 10 or 11 years younger than me. SD says, play all night. Tony says, hell yeah, rung high. Yeah. That stupid shit I did in high school. Yeah, right. I was an associate of a band called Horny Insect, also, like a punk band. They made an album. SD says, turn to stone. Ron says, agreed, Don. SD says, CSNR, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Can you do that? Lyrically, no. Blues Rocker says, think you'll make a hill country album? I hope so, because I love your style on that. I think the next one I'll probably do some hill country style stuff on it. Working on one right now. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. Yes, that's a CSN song. What do we got here? Let's jam a random song here. Keith sends me a $2 super chat. Says throw money in the hat. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat there, Keith. Ron says that would be cool. Cosmic Sunbeam says bong hit. Okay, well let's match that with a shot then. Smoke them if you got them. If he's gonna smoke, I'm gonna drink. So we'll do a shot real quick before we play a song. Let me see here. Let's go to the bottom of the barrel. Wild Turkey Bourbon or Beefeater Gin. So let me know in the chat there, gin or bourbon. Then while y'all are voting, I'm going to run really fast and go grab a guitar cable. I forgot to bring one in here. I'll be right back. You know, and also take care of a little bit of man business. So, see y'all in just a second.
After the sun goes down. motherfucker down.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see, we got a couple of votes for Wild Turkey. Keith Peterson says water. 2 votes, that's all. Get some more votes in there. Wild Turkey or gin. Looks like Wild Turkey's gonna win this one. Whoop, where'd it go? Alrighty. Wild Turkey Kentucky Bourbon, $22 a bottle. We go cheers, l'chaim, prost, skull, salute, all that great stuff. Bottoms up. Let's see, I'm seeing Stormy Monday and Boom Boom. All right, I'll do those. Get the background music turned off. Probably got to tune this thing. Some input problems here? Okay. You know, the idiots who built this thing put a piece of fucking plastic where the inputs go. So call me Stormy Monday, Tuesday is just as bad. Well, they call me Stormy Monday, Tuesday is just as bad.
Wednesdays was Thursdays just so sad. Well, the eagle flies on Friday. Sunday I go out and play. The eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and play. Sunday I go to church, baby, and I get down on my knees and pray. Call me Stormy Monday. Tuesday is just as bad. Call it Stormy Monday. Tuesday is just as bad. Wednesday's words, baby. Thursday is just so sad. Let's crank it up a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me, put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. How, hey, hey. right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to see you switch and walk that walk and talk that talk. How, hey, hey.
All right. I think I ran everybody off with that. 24 motherfuckers in here. Where y'all at? Bring your friends in, man. That's a buzzy guitar there. It might have a grounding problem. Let me see. There we go. Dawn Dark Side of the Moon says, in any case, I admire your experience. I appreciate that a lot. Ron says, not sure what happened. I'm getting a couple of people back in here now. SD says, if you ain't dancing, you dead. Appreciate that. He says, bravo. I gotta work on that guitar a little bit. It's got a grounding problem. It's kind of buzzy. Like a fucking Lucille, like you have no idea, you know, like the wiring in those things, just a nightmare. There's like a damn octopus inside that thing. Ron says, wow. And let's see, Andre says, just arrived on previous song, not left. What's up? How you doing, man? Blues Rocker says, rolling and tumbling. Ron says, why so complicated? Because it's got like this this little chip in there, like a piece about that big, that's got like all these tones on it. You know, for this tone switch here, and that makes the wiring really complicated. And all the wiring's wrapped in these black like rubber tubes and stuff, and it's a mess inside of there. We got this little space to work in here. Yeah, let's do some rolling and tumbling. Let's do some Delta blues here. Got to retune. Andre says, that's funny. My first guitar was $100 off-brand copy of that. But technically, that's an off-brand too. You know, it's an Epiphone, like I believe BB played a Gibson. I need a capo. SD says Jack and Jill went up the hill, each with $1.25. Jack came down with what was it, $1.50? Jill came down with $1.50. I don't know. Yeah. Old Andrew Dice Clay joke. Blues Rocker says, what year is that electric, Lucille? I couldn't tell you. Actually got that from a friend of mine. Well, he left it to me. Like he passed away a couple of years ago, and I got that guitar. Andre says, all the wires were flopped inside, semi-hollow body, and no back to get inside. Oh, yeah, yep. That one there, fortunately, has a way to get in the back. The nightmare of doing the wiring on a hollow body guitar, like with no way in the back, yeah, sucks. You have to tie fishing lines to everything. Been through that many a times. All right, some Delta blues here, just rolling and tumbling. Rolling and Tumbling, a Delta Blues standard, originally done by Hambone Willie Newbern. You can find that on my country blues record. Link below somewhere, down there in the blowjob bar. Andre says, yeah, I saw it said Epiphone, but technically Gibson, I guess. Yeah, Gibson makes Epiphone, yeah. SD says an early cancel from the left. Blues Rocker says fishing line and coat hanger to get wires through some of those old guitars. That is a pain in the ass, like working on a hollow body guitar. Yeah. You've got to keep them fishing lines like tied to everything and stuff. SD says, just hating isn't criminal. It's the intent to commit harm either to specific or general which constitutes reasonable suspicion. Mark fixes hi-fi, says lunchtime and Ed's playing. Hi there from Oz. What's up, man? How you doing there over there in Australia? Hello from South Kakalaki. Be another brewski, actually. I'm gonna get the good shit this time. Get me a Guinness. Guinness Export or Extra Stout. With the Guinness bottle opener. Dawn Dark Side of the Moon says, what would be the best Led Zeppelin music you could make? I know a few, but not lyrically, and definitely can't, hit Robert Plant's vocals and stuff. So. I have tried some with bands before, but like if you're doing Led Zeppelin in a band, like best to hire a chick to sing it, really. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, funny you say the good shit and the song comes on. Or, yeah, what a coincidence. Andre says, oh, that's a good one. The beer, that is. Yeah. I prefer the Guinness Extra Stout to the Guinness Draft. Like, this stuff's a bit stronger in flavor. I wish they would make a nitro version of this. Blues Rocker says, if you don't trust the YouTube cash button, here's Ed's PayPal if you feel like throwing Ed a tip. Yeah, I also take PayPal donations, take Super Chats, take PayPal. So, yeah, just, if y'all want to throw me a tip, I would appreciate that. I'm basically busking on here. I don't put ads on these. So, yeah, just like an online busker, I guess. So now I don't have to, like, drive out to somewhere and sit on the sidewalk anymore. Right. SD says, but does anybody really know anybody? Is that like a philosophical question? Dark Side says, Stairway to Heaven, Since I've Been Loving You. Okay, I'll do you a little bit of Stairway to Heaven. Here we go. Let's see how many viewers I run off with this. If I still know it. Out of tune, of course. SD says Woody Allen. Oh, it's a Woody Allen quote. Okay. Andre says the Zepp channel just put up a live version of Trampled Underfoot. It's pretty smoking. Have to look that up. Blues Rocker says Ed has a wife, and we all know how much those will cost you. Right, yeah. Saving up for her birthday in November. SD says, do it to a bossa nova beat. Let's see, it's like a... See, Blues Rocker says at least $20 more for toilet paper. Yep, chicks do use more toilet paper. Yep. SD says, I'm going to sleep. Well, you have a good one, SD. Bears Den says, that's it, I'm out of here. Just kidding. Oh, okay, cool. He's sticking around. Dawn Dark Side of the Moon says, but for Stairway to Heaven, we need a solo like Jimmy Page did in his concerts. Yeah. I don't think I know the solo to Stairway. Ron says, what's coming up for you, Ed? Don't even know. Like, I mean, I got this album. I'm going to try to get that out by at least maybe Thanksgiving or sometime in October, possibly. I'm not sure. You know, got 3 gigs this weekend. Blues Rocker says, when the levee breaks, might do that in just a second. All right. Mark says, I used to play Baby I'm Gonna Leave You, but now happily married, so don't want to jinx it. Right. SD says, yes, hombre el finito. I wonder how many Brazilians were left in here when I did the bossa nova beat. That's a fucking Brazilian thing. Get me a cigarette here. I usually get a few Brazilian people in here. I guess blues is pretty big down there. You know, got a lot of Brazilian fans. Are there any of you left? If you're from Brazil, like say Ola or whatever they say in Brazil. What's hello in Portuguese? Blues Rocker says, love this tune in the background. That's called Old Man. I wrote that about my dad. Kind of a Robin Trower type of tune. SD says, I'm not your bitch. Ron says, it wasn't that Billy Strings version of Don't Think Twice? Crazy, those banjo finger picks. He did it with banjo picks? And damn, I haven't heard his version. I might have seen it like at one point or so. Like I don't know. Jacob Yarzabek says, can't wait for the new album, Ed. Both your albums are great. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I hope to get it out pretty soon. The SD says, Ed's paying the bills. Blues Rocker says, know any Trower tunes? Not really. I mean, there's like a few of his albums I like Bridge of Sighs and From Earth Below. Never learned any of his stuff, though. I do like to get that sound sometimes with that damn Univibe and shit and the wah-wah pedal, you know. If only the drummer on this record here was worth a shit. That's me playing the drums. Blues Rocker says, I used to play Bridge of Sighs. Oh, cool. My dad used to go see Robin Trower like back in the day in a little bar in Augusta, Georgia. It was called the Post Office or something like that. I think Trower played for who was it? Who did Wider Shade of Pale? Procol Harum. Yeah. Ron says drummers are the worst, but who do you blame when you drum for yourself? Right. Yeah. The album like had a lot of structure to it that I didn't want to sit down and teach a drummer, so I just did it myself. I'm not the best, but I can hold a beat. Cheap ass drum set too. Like that old $200 piece of shit. But very expensive snare though, like about a $200 snare from the 70s. The fucking kick drum, like I had a hard time making that thing sound good. Blues Rocker says, I had a great PV amp with effects. It went out and I bought a Line 6. I hate that amp almost as bad as a small Marshall I used to have. Both sucks bad. A Line 6 I never liked. I actually had PV amps when I was starting out, like in the 90s. Apparently PV amps were like popular back then. and my grandpa like bought me this big ass PV amp called a Nashville 400 with a Black Widow speaker in it. And he's like, that right there, you can play some country on there. I'm like, okay. The cleanest amp like ever imaginable. You couldn't get no fucking overdrive on it. It's a solid state amp. And Ron says, I bet. SD says, Maya Moon can't come to no mountain. Tubes, my son. Blues Rocker says, wanting a Blues Junior. That's a pretty good amp. It's a very mid-heavy amp. Good for blues. And if you're planning on doing like lots of different genres, it might not work for everything because it's very, very mid-heavy. I've got one. SD says, or a Schultz preamp. Ron says, 50-year-old Fender tube amps are my favorite. I got an old ass Champ from the 70s, like back down there in my old house, but I got to buy a transformer for it. It's got tremolo on it too. Wish I had a damn Princeton or a Deluxe or something. But I bought the Tone X pedal. It's got Princetons on it. Blues Rocker says, my son bought a Mustang. It's a 25 and it sounds great. Mustang's a little hard to fuck around with, like as far as setting them up and stuff. The way the bridge works is really weird. It's kind of hard to get the action right. And the old pickup switches on there are kind of weird, but they are cool. You know, I got that one from the 60s. And like I play it from time to time when I go out live. It is cool to own a 69 Mustang. I wish it was a 69 Strat, but Ron says that thing would sound sick. Yeah, the old Champ. Yeah, it needs a transformer. Ron says, hard as hell to play with that neck. Talk about on the Mustang. It's got a really short neck. Mine does, and yeah, kind of thick. Blues Rocker says Fender Mustang amp. Okay, a Mustang amp. I played on one of those before. I believe it's solid state, right? Yeah, and it's got like effects on it and stuff. Andre says there was some Mustang bass that I just saw recently on YouTube, like 72 maybe. That would be cool to hear. Mark says, I fixed a Vox AC50 some years ago back. It sounded amazing, clean. Wish I could have bought it off the guy. Yeah, like a damn AC30. You know, that's like a classic amp, ain't it? Like a British amp. Never had one. I never owned a Vox amp. I've played through a few. Ron says, it's very heavy. Blues Rocker says, solid state effects amp. Yeah, the Fender Mustang amp. SD says, it's the only way a cone controller and any analog instrument can get along. I'm going to suggest. Ron says, but I have a Les Paul that weighs over 13 pounds. Yeah, but mine's like probably something like that. Yeah, that Les Paul custom I got from the 70s. Andre says, I wonder why Vox doesn't make a tube amps anymore. They quit making tube amps? I'm sure there's some out there. You can probably buy like a AC 30 or something like that. I never did buy one, never did own one. I played through a couple. The Bear's Den says, I've got the Fender GTX 100, like messing around with all the different sounds. Is it like a effects amp? Blues Rocker says, had a small PV effects amp, stuck a mic on it, ran it through the PA, and it sounded badass. Yeah, this Fender, you know, what's it called again? It's a Super Champ that I'm playing through on this show. You can actually like run a line out like directly into the PA, and it sounds fine. Ron says, I have a Vox acoustic amp that sounds great. Yeah, I need one of those. I need like a proper acoustic electric amp. You know, I can't stand the sound of an acoustic electric, but I have to use them when I play live, like out at places, because you can't really mic them in a small building. They feed back real bad. Just kind of run my shit into the PA. Bear's Den says, yes. Dark Side of the Moon says, have you ever tried playing classical guitar like Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Vivaldi's Seasons, or J.S. Bach's Fucata Fugue? But the blues are nice in the background. Yeah, I can do a little bit of classical. Let me see here. Let's fuck up some Bach. Andre says, maybe different companies, sort of. I thought they use like tone simulators now. Sebastian says, hey brother, long time no chat. Glad to catch you. What's up, man? Let's see how bad I can fuck this up. Make sure it's tuned this time. Damn it, okay. Dead strings. We do that without a thumb pick, actually. A little bit of Mississippi Johnny Bach there. Great blues artist. Blues Rocker says the mic on the speaker sounds 100 times better than running a line out. It depends on the amp, really. Like some can simulate that cab sound better than others. Andre says AC 30 is like an orange amp. Sounds great, but money per watt is ridiculous. All them British amps like got a lot of mids in them. Like Marshall's included, with a lot of mids. Blues Rocker says, sure, 57 mic in the corner in front of the cabinet. And that's what I always did. Andre says, I think I have a Studio 48 volt Behringer or something that's better than a SM57. SD says, fucking A. Sebastian says, great job, man. Appreciate it. Blues Rocker says, blues from the 20s into the 80s, banjo and bluegrass, and even classical from the 1600s. I think that might have been like early 1700s, like Buret. Yeah. Nicholas says, haha, that was great. Good job, as per usual. Appreciate it, man. Andrew says, I think I remember that from Jethro Tull. Yeah, Tull did it. They played the flute on there. They kind of made like a cocktail jazz song out of it. Dark Side of the Moon says, sorry, it's not what I was hoping for, but long live the blues. I fuck around a little bit with classical guitar. I got one like next to my bed that I pick up every morning. I play a little bit of Bach. Sebastian says, Pirate Days festivals all finished up here. Ended up making what worked out to be $120 an hour. So it was very successful. Okay, did some busking and shit. That's always fun to do. Or did you have like a proper gig? Blues Rocker says, thick as a brick. We might do that in a minute. All right. SD says, hit it or quit it. Ron says, hey, Sebastian, how are you guys?
Lost all my money playing craps. Now I'm so broke I'll be begging for scraps. I come home.
So I have one of those nylon string guitars in here. Hard to do on the damn steel string. No wonder this string sounds like shit. It's like black. Andre says, Pirate Days, that's Seattle? No, he's up in Canada. Blues Rocker says, do you and your wife have a favorite TV show? What do you guys watch? I only watch about an hour of TV a day. Well, I don't have a TV myself. I just watch stuff on the computer, but she doesn't watch much TV either. She mostly watches like YouTube and like her dumbass soccer games and stuff like that. The only show I care about seeing, like, when it comes out with new episodes is South Park. And I can get that on the internet, so. SD says Denny's All-Star joint. Fuck that shit. Waffle House. Sebastian says, I was a featured pirate busker. Had a lively rum-filled crowd the whole way through. They're great tippers, those pirates, LOL. Were you dressed as a pirate? To clean these strings on this thing. Okay. Got a request for Thick as a Brick. Some good old Mississippi Ian Anderson. Great blues artist if I ever heard one. Actually, they were a blues band for their first record. You sit this one out. My words but a whisper, you definitely say shout. I may make you feel, but I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields, and you make all your animal deals, and you
the wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. The sandcastle virtues are all swept away in the tidal destruction, the moral malaise. The elastic retreat brings the close of play as the last wave uncovers the newfangled way. But your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan rapidly peels, and your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. The love that I feel so far away, I'm a bad dream that I just had today. Shake your head, set us to shame. Spin me back down the years and the days of my youth. Draw the lace and black curtains and shut out the whole truth. Spin me down the long ages, let them sing the song.
From there, it just goes crazy and does all kind of crazy shit. Sebastian says, "Hey Ron, we're doing a great fall. Is sure in the air down here. A fall is sure in the air down here. It's starting to cool off a little bit here. It's still get like up into the 90s of some days of the week, but staying in the 80s some days of the week here. You know, it pretty much stays hot till like fucking October." Andre says, "Great acoustic arpeggio." SD says, "Turn to Stone." I believe that is that's a Joe Walsh song, right? That's not one I know. Ron says, "Good. Fall is a good time of year for me." SD says, "Ice Station Zebras Brawl." Blues Rocker says, "Catfish Blues." I can do that. All right, let's get back to some blues here. Robert Petway, blues classic from the Delta.
Well, I lay down last night, and I tried to take my rest. Well, a notion struck me last night, believe I'll take a stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. Well, I wish I was a catfish mama, swimming down in the deep blue sea. Well, I have all you gals, baby, setting out hooks all day, setting out hooks all day, setting out hooks all day. the church out and I called on me to pray. Well, I got down on my knees, baby. Not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say. Well, I wrote a letter just to see, well, my baby, who she thinking of, a little old thing, call me, little old thing, call me, little old thing, call me, little old thing, call me. All right, some old ass Delta blues right there. You know, have you ever heard the record of that one? The original record by Robert Petway. I think it was made in the 40s. It sounds like eerily modern, like the recording quality of it. It almost sounds like it could have been made like decades later, as far as like the way they, you know, the production quality. Dark Side of the Moon says, I'm sure you could do a Say Ain't the Joe by Murray Head. That's not one I've heard there. I'd have to look that one up. SD says, Ed, you're a pretty cool guy. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, Catfish Blues is on your acoustic album, and that's the biggest reason I bought it. But I love every tune on it. Yeah, that is on my acoustic blues album there, my country blues record. Link below. Down there in the blowjob bar. Blues Rocker says, your music production on that acoustic album is off the chain. Damn good production. I tried. Ron says, he says, how'd that happen? I don't know if they had tape back in the 40s or if it was prevalent back in the 40s, but it sounds like it was done on tape. Andre says, sorry, who'd you say? Johnson? That was Robert Petway. Yeah, Petway. But yeah, that's pretty much a standard, like as far as like Delta stuff goes. In a way, y'all. Would y'all fine folks like to do a shot of liquor here? Blues Rocker says Jimmy Page's wife is 40 years younger than he is. Yeah, that that sounds about like one of those rock guys. Like old David Gilmour's wife looks about my age. Ron says, shot. Ron says, I've been out hunting lately. What you hunting for? Blues Rocker says, just because he's old doesn't mean he likes old women. Right. Dark Side of the Moon says it's all arpeggio, Murray Head. Ron says, must be nice. Yeah, I probably need to make a lot of money by the time I'm 70 so I can get like some hot young trophy girl, you know. I did marry an Asian chick, so you know, they don't age too bad.
All right. Let's see. Ron says big mule deer buck. Okay, yeah. But we don't have mule deer around here. We just got the whitetails. Andre says, yeah, I think they were just developing tape 2 tracking 40s into 50s maybe. Video 2 small reels for home use. Ron says, I've seen a couple, but wasn't quite in the right place to get them. Talking about the mule deer. No, but we don't have like half of the animals y'all have up there. Like we don't have fucking elks and none of that here. Just the white-tailed deer. That's it. Sebastian says, I got to put some of this loot into my account so I can get a copy of your Country Blues album. Great driving tunes, your stuff. I appreciate that a lot, man. Yeah, glad you made some good money doing that busking there. I never made that much busking. Like, what do you say, like $160 an hour or something like that? That's pretty damn good. Okay, what do we got here? How about Scotch or gin? Johnny Walker Red or Beefeater? Scotch or gin? Y'all tell me. Blues Rocker says, hello, sweetie. If you're out of high school, I'd love to have you stretch the wrinkles out of my danglers. Jimmy Page. Andrew says, I have woodchuck in backyard. Yeah, we don't have those here either. Just got squirrels. Ron says, were there ever elk or mule deer down? Were there ever elk or mule deer down there? Okay, yeah, that's a hard one to say. Were there ever elk or mule deer down there? I'm probably at some point in the past, I'm sure we had elk like way back, but people probably hunted them to death. They have been like important elks into certain parts of the mountains, like Maggie Valley up in North Carolina. Yeah, I saw one crossing the road one day when I was driving through there. It scared me to fucking death. Okay, got a couple of votes for Scotch. Andre says elk sounds very west. Ron says I live on the west side of Canada. Bears Den says Johnny Walker, I believe Scotch might win this one. SD says the spiritual world beckons. All right, guess we'll do some Johnny Walker here. What's that Ron White said? The drink of men who'll die penniless. Andre says, I've come across hundreds of Taos, in Taos, New Mexico, also in Colorado and moose. They're also in the summer. Yeah, but Ron, do y'all have moose in Western Canada? I don't really know the range of moose and stuff. We definitely don't have them here. I'm Cheese says, what good is money when you're dead? Yeah, that's pretty much. All right, here we go. Cheers, saludos, l'chaim, prost, skull, slantia, all that great stuff right down the hatch. Ron says, I have a big bull moose on my wall that I shot. Damn. Some dangerous ass animals I hear. Blues Rocker says, I tried eating wild rabbit once. I hated the way she kept kicking my forehead. Good one, good one. And Ron says, lots of moose up there. Andre says, Gasper region, Quebec, to Michigan Islands, to west, I think. Well, wild rabbit sucks, by the way. My dad used to catch rabbits in a rabbit box, like during the winter, and we'd eat them. It was gamey as hell. I saw him skin one time with the top of a fucking like sardine can or something, like the sharp top of a can. And he had these two fools like fucking hanging out with him, and he said, you know, this is the way the Indians used to do it. And they were like, really? Yeah. The Indians used to skin rabbits with the top of a can. He just fucking with people, you know. Blues Rocker says, they say rabbit tastes like chicken. Well, you know, domestic rabbits, like, you know, it's pretty much white meat. But yeah, like a wild rabbit can be a bit gamey. SD says, cheers to the Ed family. Andre says, don't think I tried it. SD says, the bones did though me. Mark says, wild rabbit stinks. Yeah, when they cut that fucker open, like it smells like really rank. It's like there was like an expression that my dad used to use. He said, that was a rabbit gut fart right there. Andre says, but had snake, turtle, frog. I've had frogs, like frog legs. Ron says, we only have snowshoe hares. There's no rabbits. They're much smaller, taste pretty good. I don't hunt them though. Like around here, like if it snows, like people like to hunt rabbits. You know, the snow kind of slows them down, and you can see their tracks and stuff. You can just pop that shotgun up and shoot them. Ron says, I do hunt grouse with my son. They're tasty. Yeah, no grouse around here. SD says, cooter bones really twisty. Ron says, was turtle, what's turtle taste like? I'll tell you what I have eaten though. I kind of have had turtle. My wife, you know, she gets this shit from China. It's jelly. It's like black, like dark looking jelly is flavored with herbs. And I read the ingredients one day, and the ingredients say red ear slider, like the first ingredient. That's a species of turtle. It's turtle jelly, right? I mean, yeah, kind of crazy. Andre says, New Mexico high desert, huge rabbits. They got them jackrabbits out there, yeah. And Blues Rocker says, I think they used to use cat guts to make tennis rackets and classical guitar strings. Ever heard of that? Yeah. Like my old man used to call a nylon guitar, he used to call it a cat gut guitar. SD says, rabbits cute, pelts yes. Andre says, I can't remember. I'm Cheese says, can't eat the rabbits in Australia because they're super poisonous. But everything is poisonous in Australia, apparently. Blues Rocker says, turtle from the river isn't good. Ron says, that's crazy. What does it taste like? It just tastes like an evil version of Jell-O. Like it tastes like just herb flavored Jell-O. It's real dark, kind of brown looking. SD says gator tail is lighter. Never had gator. Mark says, I went rabbit shooting on the back of Oots, small truck with a spotlight. It was so boring. We had a mountain of dead rabbits to skin. I don't shoot anymore. SD says, turtle is high in brown fat. Andre says, they have barrels of water and many small turtles in market. They try to walk off. Snails too. I love some fucking snails. I like escargot. There's like a nice kind of specialty grocery store around here. I buy escargot all the time. Canadian Steve says, you shouldn't read the ingredients of your wife's recipes, Ed. Right, yeah. Sometimes I regret doing it. SD says Gator good. Ron says doesn't sound enticing. Nah, it's, yeah. Like the turtle jelly? Nah, not really. SD says shark too. I've eaten shark. And Nardo says hola from Monterrey, Mexico. What's up, man? If I can pronounce this right, Monterrey, Mexico. Blues Rocker says wife makes chicken fried rice and her pressure cooker comes out perfect. No, like fried rice, you gotta have like a hot fucking wok, like to make that shit taste right. SD says you can grill shark like beef. You can kind of do that with like swordfish and stuff too. Andre says I like let's see, tamalipaus. Tamalipaus. I'm not sure what that is. Ron says doesn't shark taste like ammonia a bit? Nah, I mean you know they got that stuff in Iceland that's like, you know, they age it and it kind of turns into like piss flavored shark meat basically, but now like a fresh shark steak is just, you know, just tastes like fish. SD says filet is worth a machete. Blues Rocker says I have a preference on rice brands. I use jasmine rice all the time. SD says stake it out. Oh, let's see here. Let's play one. I think Blues Rockers asked me to play When the Levee Breaks earlier. I'll play that one.
If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And the water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. Keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. All these people have no place to stay. Now look at him, mama, now what am I to do? Now look here, mama, now what am I to do? I ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. I worked on that levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. Worked so hard to keep that water away. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Got nobody to tell my troubles to. Well, I had a woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, baby, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. The mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. But the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home.
caught up in cables here. The Nature Project sends me $5 in a super chat. Says, just getting home from a gig and catching your show. I'll send a request next super chat, but play something lonesome for now. Do you ever play harmonica? I can't play a harmonica. I've demonstrated that on the show before. Thank you very much for that $5 super chat. I appreciate that a lot, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Something lonesome. Okay. How about I'm so lonesome I could cry? It's the first one that comes to mind.
Hear that lonesome whippoorwill, he sounds too blue to fly. That midnight train is whining low. I'm so lonesome I could cry. I've never seen a night so long when time goes crawling by. The moon just went behind a cloud to hide his face and cry. Have you ever seen a robin weep when leaves began to die? That means he's lost the will to live. I'm so lonesome I could cry. The silence of a falling star lights up a purple sky, and as I wonder where you are, I'm so lonesome I could cry.
Hank Williams Senior, the good one. We got Crawling King Snake and Folsom Prison. All right, we'll do that. Pick up the electric for Crawling King Snake. I wonder if I could do the Doors version. Let's see. I usually do John Lee Hooker's version.
I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Messing around my maid, I won't have you for my friend. Call me crawling, grass so very high. No, I'll be crawling till the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling snake, and I'll lose my den. Catch you hanging about me, I won't have you for my friend. You know you caught me crawling at your door. See me crawling, I'll be crawling on your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I'll lose my den. Catch you hanging around my maid, won't have you for my friend. Crawling around your window, crawling around your door. See me crawling, I'll be crawling on your floor. But I'm a crawling king snake, and I'll rule my den. Don't let me catch you hanging around my maid, won't have you for my friend.
I'm not sure if that's the lyrics that Jim Morrison used, but yeah, that's the riff, you know. Nature Project sends me a $5 super chat, says that was killer. How about Deaf Letter Blues by Son House and Come On In My Kitchen by Robert Johnson when you get a chance? All right, I'll do that for you. Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for that very much. We'll do Folsom Prison, then we'll do those two songs for Nature Project. Alrighty.
I hear that train a-comin', it's a-rollin' round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps dragging on. But then people keep a-moving on down to San Antonio. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Well, I know there's rich folks eating in a fancy dining car. Know they're drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But them people keep a moving, and that's what tortures me. if they freed me from this prison and that railroad train was mine, I bet you I'd move it on a little further down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. And I'd let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away. Ron sends me Canadian 279, says, thanks, Ed. I appreciate that super chat a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Now let's do a couple of blues songs here. Keep this thing tuned. Whoa, hey. I think has a bad habit of like the string popping out of the bridge. Let's try that again. Take two. I got a letter this morning. How do you pregnant red? Said hurry, hurry. Said the gal you love is dead. I got a letter this morning. How do you pregnant red? Said hurry, hurry, baby. Said the gal you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took her out down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took her out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, I walked in real close and I laid down in her face. Won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Well, I walked in real close and I laid down in her face. I won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Looked like 10,000 people were standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, never again to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby, never again to let her down. You know, love's hard to fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hard to fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know why that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning feeling around for my shoes. You know about that, baby, I got the walking blues. Son House. Now let's do some Robert Johnson. Got a capo up for this one. Come on in my kitchen.
Need a different slide here.
You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Had a girl, baby, took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining out. Oh, now she's gone. I know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of a nation's sack. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Can't you hear that wind howl? Can't you hear that wind howl? You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Now the winter time's coming, you know it's gonna be slow. Take the winter, baby, that dry long so. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down, looking for her good friends, but none can be found. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors.
Robert Johnson classic right there. Come on in my kitchen. Let's see. Ron says, I've had those walking blues. Oh, me too. I've had to do some walking in my life. Blues Rocker says, never had elk, but I'd sure like to try it. I had elk jerky one time. Nature Project says, yes, sir, that was it. Appreciate it. Blues Rocker says, baby, please don't go. All right. Retune here. Vito Valenti says, trying to learn this one right now. Is your guitar in standard with the capo on the 2nd fret? Mine is tuned down a step. I think it should be the same if my capo on the 4th fret, right? My guitar's in open G with the capo on the 2nd fret. Open G. Take me a minute here.
Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. For I be your dog. For I be your dog. For I be your dog. I'll get you way down here. Baby, I want to go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone. No, your man done gone down a country farm where the shackles on. Going to lay down here. Run your way down here. Run your way down here, the baby all night long. The baby, please don't go. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low, the baby all night long. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so.
Baby, please don't go. That's an old classic there. Let's see. Look at cables everywhere. Nature Project says open G for slide is D, DG, DGBD. Dobro or lap steel is typical GB. I mean, I usually use like open G or open E, like depending on the song. Vito Valenti says they get confused a lot, I'm pretty sure. Blues Rocker says, yes, stoned. Vito Valenti says, I learned by ear, so my terminology is pretty bad. I need to memorize tunings. Yeah, I learned by ear too, like a self-taught, learn from my dad, learn from listening to records and stuff. So my terminology kind of sucks. Oh, Nature Project. Totally understand, brother. Blues Rocker says, I need a hit to make myself feel better. Ron says, smooth slide. Appreciate that. Vito says, me too. SD says, it's sang. Nature Project says, sweet on Chicago. I might do that in a minute. All right. I need to step outside and take care of a little bit of man business. I'll be right back. Damn screech owl outside. Ron says shot. Yeah, we'll do a shot. Blues Rocker says, how many feet is the house from your jam room? It's probably about 30, 40 feet, something like that. SD says, I'm out, Ron. Drink me under the table. You have a good one, SD. All right. What are we going to pick from here? All right. Trying to save this stuff, but I'll bring some out. Right. Okay, we got some totally legal, I promise you, Carolina spring water here. And we got some Jefferson's Reserve cast strength Kentucky straight bourbon. Y'all tell me spring water or bourbon. SD says, I'll listen to the dulcet tones nevertheless. Ron votes bourbon. Get them votes in, y'all. Your vote counts. Only 24 filthy humans left in here, so y'all get them fucking votes in. I want to see 24 votes. Ron says, I'm trying not to break out the shine myself. Blake Usual says, how about pick up a guitar? I might in just a minute. Just put one down. Nature Project says bourbon. Jim says, what's up? What's up, man? How you doing? Blake says, damn, miss it. Oh, he just got here, huh? Yeah, we're just doing a shot of liquor right now. Blues Rocker says bourbon unless the spring water is a wink to keep it on the legal side. Jody says bourbon. SD says I drank all the booze I bought is what I meant. You got to stockpile that stuff, man. You have some, have some reserves around. Ron says he just played like 6 songs. Bummer. Sean String says, hey, it's been a while. What's up, man? To Sean Spring, Looks like bourbon might win this one. Pretty high-powered stuff here. Cast strength, 130 proof. So yeah, got some fire in it. Blake says beer, me can't do hard liquor. SD says, have to get up tomorrow maybe. Uh-oh. Do a bit of this high-powered Jefferson's bourbon here. Blake says, I'm 61, just hanging around. Taylor says, I'd give you $10 if you pull a Stone Cold Steve Austin and smash a beer on your head and chug it. Did he smash him on his head? Like, yeah, $10, I'll do it. He never drank them all the way. He'd like pour them all over his fucking face and stuff. Yeah, $10 super chat, I'll do that. Blues Rocker says, my daughter bought a few moonshine, small 1-drink bottles. Tasted way too sweet for me. Nasty stuff. Might have been the wrong brand or maybe the wrong dude in the woods. Ron says, let's see a video of him doing it first. Okay, yeah, I'll look at a video of Stone Cold doing it. Now, WWE is very fucking stingy with their material. I'll see if I can find a clip of him doing it, and we'll like look at a few seconds of it. Let's see, YouTube. And I'll just type in Stone Cold beer smash or something. Steve Austin beer. I don't remember him like hitting him on his head. Like I remember him, you know, like drinking them. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Got it. He always did cans. Hang on, I gotta show it. So I'll blow it up a little bit.
And the cast are coming up.
You know, even up last night taking that stunner, you gotta love this guy. Stone Cold Steve Austin, he is the man.
Well, the cast are coming up is over here giving themselves a beer bath.
Okay, he'd smash them together and drink them. Okay.
Even up last night taking that stunner, you gotta love this guy. Stone Cold Steve Austin, he is the man.
Well, the cast are coming up is over here giving themselves a beer bath.
Yeah, $10, I'll do that. $10. Okay, Taylor gives me $10 in a super chat. We'll do that. Well, let me see if I can find the theme song. Wait a minute. We got to make it good. Haven't done the shot either. Let's do the shot first. All right, L'chaim, saludos, cheers, all that good stuff. You know, Slantia, Prost, Skull, right down the hatch with the 130 proof bourbon, the Jeffersons. Now let me find this Stone Cold, you know, the theme song he came out to with the glass breaking and all that. Stone Cold Steve Austin theme song. We got to do this right. Cut my background music. I'm gonna smell bad after this. I ain't got no fucking cans. Let me see. What? No, I do. Yeah, here I do. We got some of this Jack Off and pumpkin ale. All right. Y'all ready? That's how you do it. He always wasted half the fucking beer. I gotta go back and watch that later. Oh. Now I smell like pumpkin spice. Those were fucking pumpkin beers. Got that shit all in my hair. My shirt is soaked. And, yeah. That's what a whore on the internet will do for $10. Time for a cigarette. Bears Den says hell yes. Ron says that was sick. And Blues Rocker says towel off those guitars. Did I get them wet? just a few drops here and there. I think it's good. Got the shit on some of my papers here. Nature Project says that was worth it. Taylor says you won the internet this month. Blake says that was funny shit right there. Man, did you ever send it? I smell like a fucking pumpkin candle mixed with beer. SD says headbangers. Ron says intermission to change the shirt. I'm good. I'll be all right. Shit. Blues Rocker says yes. Vito Valenti says careful where you put the cigarettes down now. That our beer don't light on fire. If I'd done Everclear, like yeah, I'd probably be careful. I'm Cheese says Pumpkin Ed. Yeah, Pumpkin Spice Ed for the fall season. FJ says wasn't expecting to see that today, though I'm not complaining. Frank Morgendorfer says can smell you from here. Yeah, I just smell like pumpkin spice and beer. So those two beers, like the Sam Adams pumpkin beer this year kind of sucks. Like sometimes it's good, this year it sucks. So I didn't mind wasting those two. Blues Rocker says don't rest those guitars against your wet shirt. They need a dry one. Blake says haven't following you for so long, but I've never seen you do a live. This is great. Have a party, man. Jody says, well, that was entertaining. It's going to smell like that in there for a while. Yeah, oh yeah. It already smells like kerosene in here. I got kerosene lamps that leaked all over the place and stuff. Vito Valenti says, yeah, but you don't want soaked cigarettes. Right. My face is good. It's just my shirt and my hair that's all messed up. Sean Spring says, sorry, Ed, for $10. Trump's economy must be worse than they say. Thanks for the chuckle, bro. You're a good sport. Get Fiddle says, nice. Appreciate it. Ron says, put on a show, Sean. SD says, stick to genius. Ron says, burn it down live. Nature Project says, Love in Vain and Walking Blues by Robert Johnson. Okay, yeah. Let me smoke this cigarette here, and I'll do a couple of those for you. All right. Thank you very much for that super chat, by the way. Super chats are the life of the show. SD says, you're beautiful, Ed. Well, I know I am. Look at this resplendent fucking hair here. Ron says, too much spice? Too much of the spice and too sweet. Yeah. They kind of changed the recipe this year for the pumpkin ale from Sam Adams, and it kind of sucks. You got to keep that pumpkin spice subtle in a pumpkin beer. Blake says, cool, love in vain. SD says, give me an amen. Hallelujah. SD says, you know I'm right. But hey, I used to like old Steve Austin back in the day, man, like stomping a mud hole in a motherfucker's ass. Might have to find some lyrics for a couple of these. Let me see. Take me a minute up. Love in Vain and Walking Blues. Yeah. I'll be a son of a bitch. Walking Blues. Take me a minute to find Love in Vain. Ron says, made it for hipster. They went too heavy on the sweetness and the spices in the fucking pumpkin ale this year. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, "How many tunes do you have recorded for your next album?" I got about 6. SD says, "I don't want to get up. I don't want to get up every day. Yeah, waking up early in the morning fucking sucks." Frank Morgendorfer says, "Careful with the crazy stunts. They get addictive to the audience." And right, yeah. I mean, I'm not doing Jackass here. Nothing. I'm not like, fucking jumping off of a goddamn ledge or nothing. So. Where in the hell is good old Love in Vain?
Lord, I'll be catching up with you soon.
It's one of those few I need lyrics for. I'm bad with lyrics. Sergio Rojas says, "Que banda sueña do fondo." Not sure what that means, but thank you, man. Ron says, "How do you like that new pedal?" Talking about the Tone X pedal. Very good pedal, actually. Sounds just like some of the amps it purports to sound like. You know, the schnozberries taste like schnozberries. Taylor says, "Nah, man, that was dope. Chad is just boring." Blues Rocker says, "Jumping off a ledge with a guitar in your hands." Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Anyway, we'll go ahead and do the Walking Blues. Alrighty. Find the right pick here. Canadian Steve says, "Good night, Ed. We listened to the show all night while playing board games. See you around." See you later, Canadian Steve. You have a good one, eh?
When I woke up this morning, feeling round for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby. I got the walking blues. Well, I woke up this morning feeling round for my shoes. You know about that, baby? I got the walking blues. When I'm leaving out this morning, gotta go ride the blind. I've been mistreated and I don't mind dying. Well, leaving out this morning, got to go ride the blind. Been mistreated, baby, and I don't mind dying. Well, the blues ain't nothing but a low down, shake and chill. If you ain't had them, baby, I hope you never will. Well, but the blues ain't a low down. If you ain't had them, boys, and I hope you never will. People tells me that the walking blues ain't so bad. Worst old feeling that I ever had. Well, people tells me well, the walking blues ain't so bad. Worst old feeling that I ever had. Well, I feel like blowing my own lonesome home. Got up this morning, my little Bernice was gone. Well, feel like a blowing my own lonesome home. Woke up this morning, my little Bernice was gone.
That's the Walking Blues right there. Real old song. I believe Son House wrote it. Okay. We'll try Love in Vain with, you know, no help from lyrics, so, it might fuck it up.
Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell, it's hard to tell. All your love's in vain. All my love's in vain. When the train pulled up to the station, there was two lights on behind. Well, when the train pulled up to the station, there was two lights on behind. Well, the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell, it's hard to tell. All your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train, it left the station, there was two lights on behind. When the train left to the station, there was two lights on behind. Well, the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. Oh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain, all my love's in vain.
Love in Vain by Robert Johnson, also covered by the Rolling Stones. Well, I am sticky with beer here. SD says, Ed's already woke up this morning. Let's see, SD says, skip the verse, probably. There's Sergio Rojas says, Suena perfecto. Well, gracias, muchas gracias. SD says, trad, fool goes trad. Sergio says, blues, blues, blues. Nature Project says, man, you killed both of those songs. Robert Johnson would have been proud. I hope so. Ron says, that was tight. Appreciate that. Sergio says, recharge. Blake Uzel says, this life sucks. It's evil. It gives everyone the blues. Yeah. I mean, you know, planet Earth is kind of a shithole sometimes. SD says, hit the road, Jack, by talking about a Ray Charles song. Don't know the words to it. Blues Rocker says, Ed's smiling like a pumpkin. Yeah. It's all the smiling I can do. Like, yeah. When you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow. When you're grieving that Nature Project sends $2. He says, what all Sun House do you know? I can probably do, what is it? Preaching Blues. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Let's do some Preaching Blues. He says, I would take Preaching Blues. All right, thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Let's do it.
gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna get me religion. I'm gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna be a Baptist preacher. I don't have to work. One Deacon John Doe, he began to grin. Well, one Deacon John Doe, he began to grin. Said, you know one thing else, believe I go back to Barrel House and again. Well, one sister jumped up, said, why don't you hush? Well, one sister jumped up, said, why don't you hush? Said, you know your drains corn liquor, your wine's a horrible scush. I'm gonna stand up in the pulpit, Lord, I'm a scream and shout. I'm gonna stand up in the pulpit, baby, I'm gonna scream and shout. Well, my sister's in the corner, crying, Alabama bound. Well, I wish I had a heaven of my own. Well, I wish I had a heaven of my own. Well, I'd find all my women, maybe, a good old happy home. I'm gonna go to church, baby, find my seat and sit down. I'm gonna go to the church house, baby, find my seat and sit down. Well, my sister's in the corner, crying, Alabama bound.
Alrighty, there's some Son House right there. The Preaching Blues. Sergio Rojas says the Rolling Stones might play some in a little bit. CSD says Santana playing Fleetwood Mac covers. Sergio says Buddy Hoy y Junior Wells. Buddy Guy and Junior Wells. Okay, yeah. I wish I knew a couple of Buddy Guy songs lyrically. See, a Nature Project sends me a $5 super chat. Says, great job of Son House. How about some Crossroad Blues when you get a chance? Okay, I'll do that. Get there real quick. And I'll refresh this chat real fast. Here we go. Kind of getting glitchy over here. All right, let's do some Crossroad Blues by Robert Johnson real fast. Once I open this Guinness here.
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
God damn it. I got a bottle opener here somewhere. Don't need to use my slide. Alrighty, there we go. Get a couple of swallows here. Crossroad Blues, my most viewed song here on YouTube. Some Robert Johnson. Got to retune this guitar to do it. Capo. Open G, capo on the 2nd fret, if you're interested.
Crossroads, there down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, there down on my knees. Ask the Lord above, I'm a sinner. Say, poor Bobby, please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. I went to the crossroads. I looked east and west. I went to the crossroads. I looked east and west. Didn't have no sweet woman, babe. Yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Breathe to my soul now, babe. Whole body sinking down. You can run, run, run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. You can run, run, run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down.
Crossroad Blues. Got like 1,000,000 something views on that on YouTube when I did it back in the day. First started this channel. That was my first video, actually, Crossroad Blues. Blues Rocker says, love these cover tunes. Robert's songs sound amazing. Great job. Appreciate that. Nature Project says, yes, sir, that's it. Appreciate it. Ron says, sounding great, man. Blues Rocker says, starting to dry off yet? Nah, I'm still damp. Not totally wet with beer. I smell like a fucking keg, mixed with pumpkin spice. But Ron says, but it took a long time to blow up. Yeah, it took a year for it to blow up, that first video I put out. I said, you know what, I might make some YouTube videos. And I did like that one and Step It Up and Go, or one of them. And they got like fucking 40 views a piece. And so I forgot about it for a year. Then they blew up. SD says it was a crotch vector for me. Crotch vector. I didn't learn about those kind of vectors in physics. Cigarette. Blues Rocker says, cold? What's the temp tonight? 61 here in Indiana. It's pretty warm in here actually with these lights, but it might be 70 something outside. I'm not sure. Where's my lighter? SD says, toe tapping tunes. Hello. Blues Rocker says, don't any camping or fishing this year? Doing any camping or, I guess he mistyped it. Doing any camping or fishing this year? I would love to. Need to buy a fishing license. Nature Project says, Red Hot or Sweet Home Chicago? I'll do Sweet Home Chicago for you. All right. Appreciate that $2 super chat, man. Thank you very much for that. Super chats, always the life of the show. Basically busking here online. Smoke this cigarette, I'll play that for you. Ron says, get that license, then it's easy to go when you feel like it. Oh yeah. Most of the fishing around here occurs in the summer. That kind of thing's coming to an end. It's pretty much hunting season here now, The Blues Rocker says, you did a great video of you playing Red Hot. Yeah, fucking lyrics. SD says, I'll have to clear some space. Nature Project says, your video of Red Hot's one of my faves. Appreciate that, man. Smoke this cigarette. We'll do some more Robert Johnson. Look at the words of Red Hot here. Big stack of papers here. Of course, I know the words to Sweet Home Chicago. I say that every week. Red Hot's one of them where he wrote the words all fucked up like a damn rap song. You could barely fit the words into the song structure. Blues Rocker says it's a very different style as to what Robert usually played. Yeah, it's kind of a Piedmont style song, really, like a ragtime type of song. Mississippi Red Hot tamales are very weird. They're not like Mexican tamales. They boil them instead of steaming them, and they kind of come in like a spicy fucking tomatoey liquid and shit. They serve them with saltine crackers. You could still get them today. think I might have some when I go back to the damn Delta in October. Planning on making a trip out there, maybe the 2nd or 3rd week of October, and maybe making a video. Nature Projects have never actually had them. Sounds pretty good. It's very different from the Mexican version. SD says, "Gowd, it's what? 1:30 in North Carolina? It should be 12:30 in North Carolina. I'm in South Carolina," but Ron says, "Oh, that would be cool." Blues Rocker says, "Could you legally put out a Robert Johnson tribute album, or would you need permission?" Just wondering because of how old they are. Yeah, I would need to license it from like Harry Fox or somebody like that. Get the publishing rights. Thought about doing it though. The last time I put a Robert Johnson song on YouTube, they fucking content ID'd it. All right, let's see here. Ron says, "Why?" And Blues Rocker says, "No way." Yeah, Robert Johnson is still covered by copyright. His estate still collects royalties. The artist has to be dead for 90 years for it to be public domain. Mark says, "I made a CD in 2015 with a Robert Johnson song on it. Had to pay per CD." Oh yeah, had to pay them royalties out. Nature Project says, "You should. You do Robert Johnson songs so good." Hey, I'm thinking about it. Ron says they're all covers. Jeremiah Sweat says, "Please play Terraplane." I got to learn Terraplane. Like I've been like meaning to learn that one. Terraplane Blues by Robert Johnson. That was actually his hit when he was alive. That's a song by him like everybody knew back in the day. Amir El Sayed Kamel says, "Oh, bonjour, tout le monde." Tout le monde. What's up, man? SD says, "Want me to buy a bus ticket?" Okay. Yeah. Anybody wants to meet me in Mississippi, in the Mississippi Delta next month, might be going down there, so just email me and let me know. Might be able to show y'all some of the historical sites that aren't marked on the Blues Trail and all that stuff. And show you the fucking intersection where Robert Johnson got poisoned and shit. All right, let's play one here. Dead ass strings.
Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? 1 and 1 and 2, 2 to 2 and 4. I'm having a little baby. I'm booked my sweet home, Chicago. To the 2 and 4, on the 2 and 6. Keep monkeying around with your friends. Get your business all in a trick. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 6 and 2 is 8. 8 and 2 is 10. Your friend gonna get you one time. She sure gonna get you again. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Going to California, back to the Moon Highway. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago.
All right. Let's see. A nature project. I will get hot tamales, at the red hot down for you for the next show, man. Like, yeah, I played it like many a times on this show, but I'd never memorized it. I have to read the lyrics to that one sometimes. And so, yeah, just show up next time and I'll do some damn, some red hot for you. And Robert Belfour too. Yeah, okay. I'll learn like Meet Me in the City or something like that. Blues Rocker says, gloom, despair, agony on me. Haha, out of beer. Ah, shit. You gotta stockpile that shit, man. Sergio says, tienes que cuidar tu salud, no fumes tobacco, fuma marijuana. I think he says he don't smoke tobacco, he smokes marijuana. Smoke it, man. Smoke it if you got it. Blues Rocker says, Hill Stomp. I think I can do that. All right. Ron says, killing it tonight, Ed. Ron says, hate that. Blues Rockers, tough break. Leland tore down says, hey Ed, what electric you playing tonight? I got the loose seal back there. Old black guitar. Kind of warm in here. Gonna cut on the air conditioner for a second. Yep. Sergio says, play the Father of the Blues, Papo Blues, Cancion Blues para mi guitarra. Not sure if I know that one. Ron says, can you bring out the Les Paul next week? Yeah, I can. Yeah. Nardo says, you kick ass. I appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, yeah, Les Paul or the PRS. I'll probably pull the Les Paul out. I had a very interesting show today. Like at the very beginning of the show, like I showed some respect to Charlie Kirk. And a lot of people got pissed off. Like, why the hell are you showing respect to that asshole? If you can't like show some respect to a guy who got shot in the fucking throat in public like a damn deer, fuck you, fuck off, right? Like, suck my dick. I mean, it's a fucking terrible thing that happened, like tragedy. Ron says, those people were nuts. You know, I never said I was the guy's like religious follower or nothing. But yeah, people who get upset about like, yeah, I showed respect to a man who got shot to death in public. Like that's, like, fuck off, right? YouTuber says all Kirk haters are pieces of crap. Right on, Ed. Yeah, I can't believe some people are like that, you know. Ron says, totally agree. You don't have to agree with him to realize that was gross. Blues Rocker says, does your mom sing or play music too? No, she can't even play a radio. My mom, like my dad. Most people in my family can't play music. Like my dad played, and my great-grandpa played, and me. YouTuber says, I agree. Smoke me a cigarette. SD says Charlie couldn't afford a drone sweep. Yeah, that I believe these types of guys like Daily Wire guys and stuff like that, they're probably going to have like presidential level security if they do public events now, like, you know, Secret Service level security, like people like checking out the roofs and all that stuff. Nature Project says, is this your album we're listening to? Is super chill? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's my record. If the Creek Don't Rise, like link below, the Bandcamp link. YouTuber says weird leftist commies. That's what it seems like. Yeah, like the guy who did it, like probably a far lefty, like what I'm surmising right now. You know, some evidence he might have been a groyper. I'm not sure. And yeah, had a few far lefties get like upset when I just said, hey, it's a tragedy that Charlie Kirk got shot, like early in the show. Like they were like, well fuck you, I'm leaving. This is supposed to be a music show, man. Like, you know, stupid assholes. Blues Rocker says, people these days are lacking empathy. We're living in the all about me society. Right. Blake says, fuck politics, play some blues. I love your music. Might play some in a minute. Ron says, paper skin for sure. YouTuber says, he wasn't a groyper. I mean, they had that one picture of him like dressed up as a Pepe frog. But that's, you know, he was kind of a meme guy, like a 4chan, like very caught up in meme culture. But who knows? I mean, I'm leaning towards him being like a far leftist myself. SD says the Pope drives around in a bulletproof Cadillac. YouTuber says Nick Fuentes. YouTuber says he might have been. SD says just stop. Ron says his family said he was radical left. That's kind of what I'm leaning toward, yeah. And you know, like dating like a trans person and stuff. Ron says his friends too. SD says toxic fanboys. Blues Rocker says Pizzagate came out and everybody hated the politicians. Then the election came and people got stupid again. SD says I barely heard of that fool. Talking about Nick Fuentes. Leland Tore Down says it's worth to have the cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment. Oh yeah, he said that. Yeah, he did say that. I mean, YouTuber says owl. SD says boys from Brazil. You know what I mean? Political violence, like Never okay. Not in a fucking a democratic society. YouTuber says, I'm the evening time after the sun goes down. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the song that's playing right now. Good old drinking song. Smoke in my eyes. Blues Rocker says, this Blue Dream weed is the bomb. I wouldn't know. I don't smoke no more. Like, you know, I smoked old bullshit back in the day, like you got like illegally from people. Ron says, people trying to justify murder are disgusting. Very true, yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like all these people like celebrating this guy's death. And he wasn't fucking Hitler, like Jesus. He was just he was like a milquetoast Republican, basically. And YouTuber says, get it? SD says, Kirk Fuentes is extreme Ganadol 12. How's about a shot, y'all? Ron says, and Ed is a Bill Maher kind of Democrat. Yeah, kind of center-left, Bill Maher. That's me. Yeah, Bill Clinton, Bill Maher. I am not woke in the slightest. Leland tore down says, people can just not listen to the dude. Yeah. SD says, the guy that shot him is his clone. The guy don't really look like him. Ron says, it's not about sides when it comes to mixer or murder. He says, yeah. I mean, I don't wish death on anybody that's like a legitimate political opponent, or you know. George Bush, but you know, I was kind of horrified when Donald Trump got shot. Like, I don't want Donald Trump to get killed. Let's see, Blues Rocker says, if the Green River Killer was found in these days, half the people would be screaming he's innocent. Fake news. Sergio Rojas says, some Spanish things that I can't really understand, but gracias, senor. Let's see, SD says, weirdly, neither knew each other. YouTuber says, I thought Charlie Kirk was the best. I didn't watch Charlie Kirk too much. Like I didn't watch his show. Like I'm more of a Matt Walsh type of guy when it comes to like right-wing podcasters. But as far as I know, he was kind of like a normal Republican, you know. Leland says, that was hardcore death too. Yeah, they shot him like a damn deer, like blew his neck out. And YouTuber says, Trump 2028, baby. Ron says, right in front of his family. Yeah, his wife and kids were there. The 31-year-old guy. Wife and kids watching. I mean, that's fucking horrible. Blues Rocker says red rum. SD says, I'm a trained artiste. I'm telling you, same guy. Ron says, I think they hated him more for being Christian than anything. That might be true. Yeah, he was a big Christian guy. Okay, let's see what kind of liquor we got here. How about Scotch versus Irish? We got Oh no, that's bourbon. I'm sorry. Okay, Wild Turkey Bourbon versus Jameson's Irish Whiskey. Y'all tell me, bourbon versus Irish. Blues Rocker says Scotch. Let's see. Ron says, "What someone believes should never be his death letter." That's true. I mean, like unless you're literally fucking Hitler, like nobody should like shoot you for your opinions. Let's see. Got to vote for Irish. I vote for bourbon. YouTuber says bourbon. Ron says, "What do you want to hear?" Ron says Jameson's. So we're kind of tied here. Irish bourbon, Irish. Get them votes in, y'all. Leland tore down says, "I never wanted anybody shot. I'm easy going." SD says Fletcher Christian. Remember what happened to that guy? Talking about the mutiny on the Bounty guy. Lava Smoke Chile says bourbon. Bourbon, one botch, one beer. I think we got a tie here. Next vote wins. You know, bourbon or Irish. Glasan Henry says butt bond. Guess it means bourbon. Okay, we'll do bourbon. And Nature Project says bourbon, or bourbon it is. Here we go. Ron says a not so fast, or maybe but non means something else, Ed. Maybe but non means something else, butt bond. YouTuber says, "Hey Ed, have you tried twisted tea?" I've never tried that, like alcoholic tea. I've seen it like at the store, but I haven't tried it. More of a trad type of guy, beer and whiskey. Blues Rocker says, "Glad you didn't stain your hair with beer." Yeah, right. Yeah, I did the Stone Cold Steve Austin thing and poured beer all over my fucking self. YouTuber says it ain't too bad. Might buy some one day, drink it on the show and review it. Here we go. Cheers. Slantia, Kim Pie, L'chaim, Skull, Prost. All that good stuff right down the hatch. And Glass Hand Henry says Bourbon sounds French. It is French. Yeah. Bourbon, like the House of Bourbon, back in old France, like Louis XIV. That was the House of Bourbon. YouTuber says, "Bring out the good stuff." Damn right. SD says, "Maintain Ed." Yeah, I'm maintaining pretty good. We might go to like 130, I think. Still damp from, getting paid $10 to do a Stone Cold Steve Austin pouring beer all over my fucking self. SD says, "I'll roll a spliff." Nardo says, "Salute." Ron says, "What beer is that? Is that Guinness?" Yeah, it's a Guinness Extra Stout. The kind I like. I think this is better than the draft. It's got more flavor to it. Lava Smoke Chile says, It all grows hair on your chest. Who really cares? Ron says, cheers all. You got to get me another beer now. Ron says, I don't think I've seen that one. You can find it here in America. Guinness Extra Stout. Like it's not nitro, like it's like regular carbonated, but it's got more oomph to it. Right. He says, I'll look for it. SD says, Cold Shot is out, I guess. Sergio Rojas says, no tienes que salir a comprarlo. Tienes todo high. I wish I could read Spanish. No hablo español these days. But muchas gracias, Sergio. SD says, the butcher, oh no. Lava Smoke Chile says that the Chile part is pronounced Jimi Hendrix's child. Okay, as in Voodoo Child. Okay. Lava Smoke Child. Ron says, all that overseas shit is taking a back seat lately with people. Maybe they're finally realizing we have enough problems at home. My country is fucked. And he's talking about Canada there. Yeah, still certain places in Canada where you can't get fucking American whiskey and stuff. Like, crazy. Let's play one. Ron says, Voodoo Child, Canadian, $6.99. All right, we'll do that. I don't have my wah-wah pedal, so we'll play it kind of dry, but then we'll do Cold Shot.
I stand right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the end of my hand. Stand right next to a mountain. I chop it down with the edge of my hand. Might pick up all the pieces and make an island. Might even raise a little sand. Yeah, yeah. I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. Didn't mean to take up all your sweet time. Give it right back to you one of these days. I didn't mean to take up all your sweet time. Give it right back to you one of these days. If I don't meet you no more in this world, I'll meet you in the next one. Don't be late. Don't be late. 'Cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love in our hand. Now I see you out somewhere, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot down. Yeah, that's a train. cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. So sad. Man, I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Shows your appreciation by walking out anyway. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad, too bad, so sad, but too bad.
All right, some Hendrix and Stevie Ray Vaughan right there. Hope I passed the fucking audition. Some more air conditioning up in here. SD says he really wails. Appreciate that. Lava Smoke Child says Jimmy and SRV would be proud. Thank you, man. SD says fighting over pieces of him still. Sick fools. Sergio says SRV Genio. SD says it's a drag. Blues Rocker says killer performance. Appreciate that. Ron says back to the gyms. Deadly brother. Thank you, man. SD says beauty. Thank you. Blues Rocker says, give me some loving every day. Do, 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 ha, ha. You talking about old Steve Winwood with Spencer Davies? Yeah. Give me some loving. I can't even sing that high. No. But love that song, though. No. Yeah, the Blues Brothers did that. Brian says it's flooding in Maryland right now. Anyway, we can get a snippet of flooding in Texas. Okay, all right. Get Fiddle says awesome. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says Blues Brothers, baby. Jim sang the shit out of that. Let's do some Texas Flood for the flooding up there in Maryland. Sergio says Tus botellas están bailando SRV.
Take two on that. Find that C note. Texas, and the telephone lines are down. Flooding down in Texas, baby, and the telephone lines are down. Trying to call my baby, and I can't hear a single sound. Dark clouds are rolling in, and I'm standing out here in the rain. Dark clouds are rolling in. Lord, I'm standing out here in the rain. Trying to call my baby, and it's driving poor me insane. I'm leaving here, baby. I'm going back home to stay. I'm going back home to stay. I come from there ain't no tornadoes, and the sun shines every day.
Some Texas flood there. Kind of Stevie Ray Vaughan style, you know, with no band, but... Blues Rocker says John Belushi had killer blues vocals, in my opinion. Yeah, it's true. And Dan Aykroyd said he was a metal guy. Like he listened to like heavy metal and hard stuff. And like Dan Aykroyd was kind of the blues guy. He got him into it. And Brian says sounds amazing. Appreciate that. He says R.I.P. to Charlie Kirk. SD does. Let's see, Ron says, playing SRV like that sounds like him as hard as hell. He says, respect, brother, appreciate that. Especially hard on a fucking guitar like that doesn't sound anything like a Stratocaster. SD says, I always like to play Brothers in Arms at 23:45. Sean Spring says, nice tone, Ed, smells real good. Yeah, I smell like a goddamn pumpkin spice candle in here. Because earlier, like if you didn't see it, somebody paid me a $10 super chat to do a Stone Cold Steve Austin and pour beer all over my fucking face. And the only 2 cans I had in here were, like pumpkin spice beer cans. So Ron says the GOAT. Let's see, Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? Ron says, still can't believe that guitar sounds so good for Strat stuff. Yet, like, the secret basically is like put it in the middle position. It'll get kind of close to a Strat. Sergio says, una canción de Papa Blues de fondo. Let's see. Amanecí esta mañana y desparte cantando blues. Muchas gracias. No hablo español. Ron says, welcome. Ron says, pumpkin spice beer and cig smells like a pumpkin spice candle. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Blues Rocker says, a $10 super chat for $6 worth of nasty beer. Good trade-off. Right, yeah. It was beer I didn't like. I wasted it. But, yeah. Pretty soon here, I think we might call it. Getting pretty late in the evening here. It's 1:28 a.m. right now. Ron says if you pay $3 a beer, you have worse prices than here. I don't think they get that expensive here unless it's like a bomber of like cool shit, like a bomber of fucking some kind of specialty like craft beer. Brian AXB says, get a 6-string and some natural lights. Right. I can't drink natural light no more. It's that headache stuff. Sean Spring says, in parts of the South, the word pumpkin is a verb-noun combination. Pumpkin. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. Pumping your kin. Yeah. SD says, Eric, hello. Ron says, the last shot hit the spot. Another? All right, let's do one. Blues Rocker says, need to head to bed. Been fun talking with you guys. Catch you on the next one. Hopefully, peace from Indiana. All right, let's do another shot here. Oh my God, that fucking like crappy fucking pumpkin beer is drying out my hair and making my hair like turn kind of semi-hard and stuff. Blues Rocker says, one more puff. Okay, Scotch versus Irish. We got the Johnny Walker Red Label Scotch here, and the Jameson's Irish. Y'all tell me, Scotch or Irish? Get them votes, put it in the chat. SD says, my father is from Minot, ND, North Dakota. Ron says, does it smell like Kush in there, Blues Rocker? Blues Rocker says Irish. Okay, vote for Irish. Ron says one look. SD says of an Alpine race. Get Fiddle says, your song's on iTunes, or can I order your CD? Go to the description down there below and look for the Bandcamp link, and you can get both of my albums. It's just down there in the video description. Ron votes Scotch. We got one vote for Irish, one vote for Scotch. Brian says Irish, but you should have some Maker's Mark. Yeah, got an empty bottle back there. Yeah, I wish I had some. Ron leaves a link to the CD. Thank you for that. Come on, y'all, get them votes in there. Blues Rocker says, mine smells a hint of skunky and sweet. You got 2 votes for Irish and 1 vote for Scotch. Scotch whiskey or Irish whiskey? Come on, y'all tell me. Blues Rockers sends a link to PayPal where you can leave some donations. If you feel like tipping me and stuff, I would appreciate that a lot. Ron says that his originals are playing in the background. Blues Rocker says tips. Sean says smoking whiskey and drinking cocaine. He's talking about a damn old, what's his damn name? Old Blues Rocker. Snorting whiskey, drinking cocaine. Pat Travers, Canadian guy. Says Irish winning so far by 1 vote. I need your votes, people. Uncle Sam needs you to vote. Got 3 votes. Ron says Pat was actually like that, I think. Well, I guess Irish is going to win this one. Jody says Irish. Okay, Irish it is. Ron says, I think he did that. Yeah. No, Pat Travers, yeah. I got the record like right here below me here. Snorting whiskey, drinking cocaine. Got Tommy Aldridge on the drums. Blues Rocker says you should explain the difference in the smell and the taste. Well, the Irish stuff ain't got no smoke in it, basically. Like they put a little bit of smoke in most Scotch, but otherwise, same ingredients. Barley, just all malted barley, and run through a copper still. Ron says Tommy could get it, no doubt. Oh yeah, Tommy Aldridge, yeah, one of the greatest drummers of all time. Started with Black Oak, Arkansas, one of my favorite southern rock bands. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Skull, Slancha, all that good stuff. Prost, right down the hatch, salute. SD says, my mother was French, so wine. Ron says, cheers. Ron says, Black Oak, Arkansas. Lyrically, probably, I don't think I know none all the way through. Ron says, I don't remember them. Wonder why. He was asking who they were. They weren't like a huge fucking international, like Beatles level band. They were really big, like to see live, like down here in the South in the 1970s. They were kind of raunchy, like back in the 70s when they were going. A lot of people kind of rejected them because they were too raunchy. They had this really fucking crazy sounding singer, like he had this wild voice. He was like, drive me hot round, all right. They had this song called like Hot and Nasty. Just like a sex laden, rock and roll band from the South, Ozark Mountains in Arkansas. One of my dad's favorite bands. They had one radio hit. It was, that Jim Dandy to the rescue, and the singer was called Jim Dandy. Blues Rocker says, good at explaining the difference in smell and taste, and you'll get some loving later when you go inside smelling like a pumpkin. You're right. Sean says, some guys request a very specific expensive whiskey and then mix it with Diet Coke. Makes me laugh. Yeah, that's fucking retarded, yeah. Give me your finest Peppy Van Winkle and mix it with a Coke. Ron says, I'll check them out. Oh, I know now. Okay, yeah. He says, I know. That description was good. Yeah, I grew up on them. Black Oak, Arkansas. Let's see. Sergio says, Te dejo on abrazos son las 2:36 de la madrugada. Gracias por el show. Saludos de Buenos Aires. Oh, it's in Argentina? Buenos Aires, okay, to Argentina. Okay, cool. Taylor says, ever notice there's no gray area between being too drunk to play guitar and pretty buzzed but locked in? I mean, I've always said that your real main instrument is the one you can play when you're really drunk, and guitar is that for me. Like, I can't play banjo really drunk, I can't play piano really drunk or drums, but I can play guitar pretty fucked up. Ron says, mixing scotch with pop is sacrilege in my house. Yeah, that's fucking terrible. You should never do that. Never mix scotch with fucking soda. The Blues Rocker says, okay, I'm out of here. Enjoy the rest of your night, Ed. Peace, Joe. All right, see you later, Blues Rocker. You have a good one, man. SD says, I like whiskey on the rocks. That's acceptable. Not for scotch, but for some whiskeys, very acceptable. Taylor says, peace, Sergio. Sean says, one of my favorite cool, garbled, gravelly voices is Dr. John and Mac Rebenek. I know Dr. John. He's an old Louisiana guy, New Orleans guy. Ron says, I know guys that call good scotch swamp water. They are wrong. Yeah, like a lot of people around here fucking hate scotch. Down here in the South, that shit tastes like fucking bullshit. I'd rather have some goddamn Jim Beam. Like, what? Fucking retard. Ron says, take it easy, man. To Blues Rocker. Sergio says, saludos a todos los blusero. Frank Morgendorfer says, good whiskey should be drunk straight, no frills, no umbrellas. That's right, yeah. Just take it like it is. Taylor says, when I get super drunk, that's when my neighbors call the cops because I ripped the volume knob off my amp in my apartment. I'm kind of lucky here, like I'm in the woods, and so I don't get the cops called on me, like no matter how loud I play. It's pretty cool. Ron says, this is rye country. You know, I've had some rye whiskey. It's pretty good, you know, spicy tasting. SD says, gin and tonic for malaria. Ron says, I only enjoy Canadian rye in a mixed drink. I mean, I did have that bottle of Canadian rye whiskey back there that was pretty good. Like most Canadian, like regular whiskey, like I'm not really into. Taylor says, I take getting the cops called on my playing means I need to get better. No, it just means you're playing at the correct volume. But Ron says, because it's not that good. I mean, you know, me, like, I fucking live in a cultural backwater where people like, you know, whatever, like Bud Light or whatever the fuck, and Crown Royal and shit like that, and like, you give them scotch or like some kind of dark beer, they're like, fuck you, that tastes like bullshit. Ron says Pendleton's okay. Cowboy whiskey. Yeah, that's what I got back there. That bottle of Pendleton Rye, that's pretty good shit. We'll go to like 2 o'clock. SD says preamp through headphones, bro. Sound good? Ron says that impression had me killing myself laughing. Yeah. Like, and down here, like, people will like make fun of you for having any kind of like sophistication or like education in any way. Like, you one of them college educated fucking fools, ain't you? Goddamn you and your fucking dark beard, son bitch. Like, I mean, what? You're fucking high class, fucking elitist asshole. Well, I'm broker than you. Like, I just like cool stuff. Like, shit. Sean Springs says, Crown Royal is mass-produced mediocre whiskey, but we have some great rye here, as Ron knows. Yeah, I've had it. Yeah, from the Pendleton stuff. SD says, I keep people awake with an acoustic. Ron says, yes, a few are good. And Taylor Langley says that some Yankees, that's some Yankee shit. Oh, yeah, like fucking anything my dad hated. He would say that's fucking Yankee shit, boy. That's fucking Yankee bullshit. And Ron says, ha ha. He says, oh my God, that's funny. Sean Springs says, all that book learning. Yeah, fucking book learning. You got all that fucking book learning down there. You ain't got no fucking common sense. You know. Yeah. I heard that a lot. And that kind of culture is why I walked into a post office today and looked at a veterans bulletin board with a bunch of pictures of war veterans on there, and spotted a picture of Benedict Arnold, and told the woman, hey, you got a picture of Benedict Arnold on your fucking wall, like on your veterans display. She's like, who is that? Do you know him? And I said, yeah, I've heard of him, yeah. I mean, shit. Like, somebody like put that there as a joke, and she had no fucking idea who that was. I have literally met people who could not tell me who won the Revolutionary War or the Civil War. Ron says, this is my impression of Canadian guy in the prairies. Hot out, damn hot. Hot out yesterday, darn. Wheat is just burning up here. Rain coming, not sure. Could use some though. Yep, sure could. Could use some there, guy. SD says, I freak people out in the Smoky Hills. Ron says, to Canadian prairie farmers. Yeah, the only Canadian like accent that I know is like what I learned from like Kids in the Hall and Bret Hart and stuff like that. SD says, but they seem fine to me. Ron says, even Canadians all know that. Yeah, yeah. Like, I met a person who didn't know who Benedict Arnold was. Big old picture of him posted on the fucking veterans display there in the post office. And I explained to her who the fuck it was, and she was like, he must have a relative around here. Who knows? Ron says, it hit 42 here this year in Celsius. That would be pretty fucking hot in Celsius. I'm not sure like what number, but that's very hot, right? 42 Celsius. Is that like over 100? 100 Fahrenheit? Taylor says 108. Goddamn. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Fuck. Yeah. Ron says it gets hot here in the West Coast in the summer. Now here it like might get up to 105, like something like that, but that damn fucking humidity will kill you. SD says Pan was strong here. Ron says 107. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Fuck me, yeah. You get like 100 something, you fucking lay that humidity on top of it, like it's bad. Ron says only lasts a month though. Like here, like during the summer, you kind of get that jungle kind of bullshit with the high humidity. It's like you're in a fucking sauna or something, like all day. Ron says it's dry here. So see the fucking humidity makes it where you can't sweat, and it can be kind of dangerous. Ron says maybe 6 weeks of hot weather a year, really. Sean Springs says August was so hot, I saw a dog chasing a cat. They were both walking. Ron says, I bet. Taylor says, I was renting a house in Louisiana and had no insulation. My electric bill was $600 in August. Oh, fucking God, damn. Yeah. But mine sometimes gets up to like $200. Got a pretty good insulated house. Yeah, I mean, like fucking Louisiana, like no joke. Like, yeah, very, very, very humid place. Ron says, wow. He says, AC? Yeah. Like, yeah, about the most is like about 200, 250 bucks. Like, it's actually worse in the winter. Like, it costs more to run the heat here than it does the AC. Like, sometimes like 250 bucks in the winter. SD says it's been getting downright balmy in Quirquay? Albuquerque, I guess. Ron says, my bills are bigger in the winter. Yeah, the fucking heater costs more. Sean Spring says, how do your acoustics fare with the humidity changes? I have to be careful during winter to humidify. They do okay. They sound fine. Like, strings kind of get fucked up. Ron says, a short daylight, cold as hell, witch's tit. Cold as a witch's tit. I mean, like maybe 1 or 2 days a year it might get down to the teens here, like in Fahrenheit. SD says still sweltering without the 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Ron says it'll get dark at about 4:30 midwinter. Wow, fuck me, that is crazy. So where he's at in Canada, it gets dark at 4:30 in midwinter. Yeah, that's nuts. Probably the earliest it'll get dark here with daylight savings time, or minus daylight savings time, like maybe 6:30, something like that. Like kind of around like Christmas time. Taylor says, "Hell, it is in Seattle. It says summer solstice. It gets dark around 10:45 p.m." That's wild. Like, yeah, middle of summer here, about 9:30, 9 o'clock, something like that. It gets dark. Got 14 some bitches in here right now. Ron says, I have a new crack in the clear coat of one of my acoustics. Hoping it's not a big deal. I think the dry air could be, yeah. Like, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. Like, you know, the fucking guitar to me is like not a collector's item. It's a workhorse. Like, if it gets like cracks and dings and stuff like that, like I don't worry about it. Sean Spring says, I hear winters can get dry, and if you don't humidify acoustic, they can dry out. You can get fret sprout and tops cracking. Yeah, that don't really happen here. Taylor says, could you do an Albert King tune? Yeah, I can do that, all right. Ron says, and I live pretty far south in Canada, really. Sean Spring says, there you go, Ron. I was typing what you were saying at the same time. Okay, Albert King. We'll do one Albert King tune. We'll get the fuck out of here after that. Let me get a pick here. Ron says there are places so far north in Canada that winter is daylight 24 hours a day. Oh yeah, it's Alaska too, yeah. That midnight sun.
If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Cold wine and women, all I crave. Big bad woman gonna put me in my grave. Born under a bad sign, I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. I can't read, I never learned to write. My whole life has been one big fight. Born under a bad sign, I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have no luck at all. Born under a bad sign, I've been down since I began to crawl. If it wasn't for bad luck, if it wasn't for real bad luck, have no luck at all. I'm a bad luck boy. Had trouble all of my day.
Alrighty, folks. Let's see here. SD says nobody stabbed at the state fair several years in a row. Ron says one for the road. All right, one for the road. Taylor says hell yeah. Ron says fuck yeah, man. Appreciate that. Ron says is the man. SD says MLG represent. Taylor says, I listen to SRV and Albert King in sessions at least once a week. Fucking amazing album. Yeah, the old PBS used to show that, like a public broadcasting here in America used to show that show with them playing together. Sean Spring says, thanks Ed, appreciate the chat music. You were you were one of the real musicians online and in a sea of pretenders. I appreciate that. Ron says, killed it, appreciate it. Okay, let's take a shot here. We'll pull out the fucking the Carolina spring water and what else? Okay, yeah. All right. Johnny Walker Red Label Scotch or totally legal Carolina spring water? Y'all tell me. You know, spring water, Scotch. One for the road, and we'll get the fuck out of here. Spring water or Scotch. Y'all vote for it in the chat there. while I smoke a cigarette. While the one song I forgot to fucking edit is playing in the background, like me breathing into the mic, like. Taylor says, spring water, gotta stay hydrated. Ron says, the album they made is sick, Taylor. Get fit, fun, thanks. Appreciate that. Sean says, spring water, we can get that here. We can't get that here. There might be somewhere you can get it. Like, look around. Two votes for spring water. Totally legal in Minecraft. Carolina spring water. Ron says, yeah, it's the last one. Let's shoot some Mountain Dew. All right. Let's do it. Call it that good old Mountain Dew. And the men that refuse it or refuse. Totally legal in Minecraft. Get Fiddle says spring water. All right, right to the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Let's do it. Okay, cheers, l'chaim, skull, prost, salute, all that good stuff. Slant you right down the hatch with the Carolina spring water from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Here we go. SD says, who can afford to buy their kid a Dodge Charger and a service weapon? Yeah, kind of like an upper middle class family I'm sure that guy was from. Taylor says, my buddy makes moonshine. One of his biggest customers is the town sheriff. Yeah, my dad bought fucking corn liquor from the goddamn town sheriff one time around here. Now that you mentioned that. And the guy, I shit you not, I'm not lying here. The guy's name was Mike Hunt. Really, not bullshitting. Look up a list of Aiken sheriffs. They didn't buy it from him. They fucking sold him some. Didn't buy it from him. Yeah, sold him a jar of Mike Hunt. Look up sheriffs of Aiken County. Mike Hunt. Ron says, Lakayada. Sean Spring says, a votre sante. Ron says, haha. SD says, I'm talking about my homies. Smoke this cigarette. I guess we'll get the fuck out of here. Sean Spring says, hey, they're a Sergeant Howie, Felter Snatch. Now, we literally had a sheriff in Aiken County in South Carolina called Mike Hunt. I'm not bullshitting you. You look it up. Aiken County, South Carolina. And he bought a jar of corn liquor from my dad and his buddy Richard. SD says, some people's kids. He had one of them big old fucking cop mustaches, like you see in movies and stuff. Ron says the fuzz, right? Yeah, yep. Fuck the fuzz. He told my dad one time, like if a motherfucker's in your yard and you shoot him, like bring him in the house, and then we won't charge him with murder. Like, Ron says the mustache makes them feel like they have power and authority. Yeah, yeah. Like that fucking cum catcher. Yeah. Taylor says, ever had bacon wrapped cream cheese stuffed jalapenos? That shit slaps. I've had like cream cheese jalapenos before. They're pretty good. Yeah. Ron says, CC. Yep, the old cum catcher. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like a lot of these Gen Z kids are getting mustaches now, and I don't get it. Like some of them have mullets and shit. Mullets and mustaches are coming back. You know, like my generation, like I used to make fun of that kind of stuff. the old cum catcher. Ron says, I made some awesome cannelloni. That's some good Italian shit. Some stuffed pasta rolls there. Oh, yeah. Should make that this weekend. SD says, everything better with cheddar. Taylor says, that's an Australian thing. Talking about the mullets. Yeah, they still have the fucking mullets in Australia. Like, mullets were going extinct here in the U.S., but Gen Z's kind of bringing them back. Bringing back mustaches and mullets. Ron says stuffed with ricotta and covered in rose sauce and pancetta. That sounds good as fuck. Shit. Gotta eat at your house one day. Gotta make me some cannelloni. Just kind of reminded me of it. But, all right, let's see. Ron says I had fresh greenhouse tomatoes. Cool as fuck. Cool as fuck. Frank Morgendorfer says a mullets prove humans are a primitive species. Yeah. I used to have a song called Mullet Man. I can't dig it up anymore. Like it got kind of fucking deleted on what was it, MySpace? Yeah, it's on MySpace. Ron says that would be cool as hell. Sean Springs says Ron wants this to be the recipe channel. And that'd be cool with me. Like one of my big hobbies is cooking. Ron says Ed is a chef like me. Yeah, love me some cooking. Sean says I'm in. I do have one recipe video on this channel. Like if you go back a few years, got like a jambalaya recipe. But all right, we're gonna play the outro theme. There ain't gonna be no weekend show this weekend. I'm playing gigs all weekend, but we will get back to a Wednesday night next week. You know, same bat time, same bat station. I know we did Tuesday night this week, but we will be doing Wednesday night next week. Taylor says jambalaya is the shit. Sean says love jambalaya. Ron says mullets are mostly to troll people. Bat channel. All right, here we go. The outro theme for the show. Taylor says, you should try a frog leg and alligator gumbo. I've done frog legs and never done gator. Frank says, thanks for the music, Ed. Cheers. Appreciate you, man. SD says, in the desert, we rat van sardines, delicious little fishes. Taylor says, we eat the big-ass nutria rats in the South, too. Never had that either. Ron says, take it easy, brother. All right. Well, I will see y'all next week. Be sure to show up. Same bat time, same bat station. That'll be Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll end it right here.